Okay. We're going to convene this afternoon's session in 60 seconds. All right, good afternoon. Welcome to our follow-up legislative forum here at Sonoma State University. I'm Senator Christopher Cabaldon. I represent the campus in Roanoke Park and Cotati in the Sonoma Valley in the State Senate. And I want to first acknowledge and thank everyone for joining us again. I see many of you were here at our first forum, some new faces as well. And we committed at that time to be back in order to follow up on the plan that we had requested from the administration, and that's what we're here to do today. So we're going to proceed to hear about the proposed action plan from the administration. We will have some Q&A from the panel of legislators that are here today. We'll then hear from several stakeholders in the campus and community about their response and evaluation of the plan. We will take full public comment, as we did last time, and so if you're here to speak, we welcome and invite your comment as well. And then we'll have some closing and complete. This is a legislative session, and it's not a rally, and it's also not a judicial hearing, so it's a little bit in between. And I say that just to encourage us to maintain a sense of decorum in the place, and especially in today's society, it can be a challenge for folks to disagree vehemently and still be civil, and that is important in order to make sure that everybody gets a chance to be heard. Last time, we stayed till the last possible moment to assure that happens. We are committed to doing the same, but I also know that many folks here look at our closing time at 5 p.m. and they make their own plans, and so we want to make sure that nobody has to stay here until 10 p.m. in order to be heard. And to that end, we just ask that we refrain from applause and demonstrations and other things that would impede our ability to make quick progress through the session. So we're going to get right into the business, and I'd like to begin by inviting Senator Mike McGuire, the President pro tem of the California State Senate, to make a few remarks. I know the title President pro tem is not universally understood in the entire world. It's very important in Sacramento. It's Latin for president for the time being. But in California government, for the time being means 100% of the time. Senator McGuire is the president of the California State Senate. He's also a proud Seawolf and represents the majority of Sonoma County. He's a powerful advocate for the campus, for CSU as a whole, for economic and educational opportunity. So I'd like to invite Senator McGuire to make the opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I am so incredibly grateful to be back with you. To our Assembly members, thank you for your advocacy. To the Congressman, thank you so much. And Mr. Cabaldon, really grateful that you have brought us together with Mr. Connolly to be able to have this important conversation in this second round of important dialogue with each and every one of you. I want to start out by saying thank you. Many of you were with us for over 6 hours at our first hearing, and we are incredibly grateful for your fortitude in being able to see it through, and we promise you that is going to be another focus of seeing this through. I'll be brief in my remarks, and well, here we are again. I'd hoped it would be under better circumstances, but to be honest with you, we all sat here approximately 60 days ago, spent nearly 6 hours listening to the devastating impacts that the cuts announced by SSU and the administration with CSU will have on the community. Students and faculty, staff, athletes, alumni, and of course, the greater region of the North Bay. While every single person for nearly 6 hours pleaded to be able to do something different, hadn't happened. And I think most of us can agree that there are some very unique circumstances on the SSU campus that we're going to need to fix. And we know that there are going to have to be some sacrifices made. But I left here 2 months ago with a feeling of hope. And I spoke with many of you. Many of us had conversations with many of you here who also had a feeling of hope for the first time since the cuts were announced. I had hoped that we would meet again, that we would have an action plan in front of us, and unfortunately there is no action plan here today. I had hoped that when we met again, we would have a financial plan in front of us to implement the so-called Bridge to the Future plan, and unfortunately there is no financial plan in front of this body today. I had hoped that when we met again, we would have a timeline for results that wasn't years too long to make a tangible difference, and yet again, unfortunately, that is not in front of us today. And I would say, as a Sonoma State alum, as now a fourth-generation Sonoma County resident, it's not only frustrated, it's simply unacceptable. You know, my grandma taught me early on, she helped raise me, she taught me early on to always fight for the things and the people who matter most in your life. And I think I could speak for all of my colleagues who are here today. Sonoma State is always worth fighting for. Generations in the making, Californians at all levels have invested time and talent and candidly billions of dollars to build two of the most successful higher education systems, the CSU and the UC, that the world has ever seen. And especially in this moment, when we turn on the TV, and it seems the world's been turned upside down, we all have a responsibility to build on the successes of previous generations of Californians who built these two stellar collegiate powerhouses and improved them for generations to come. SSU is one of the greatest resources that our region has ever realized. It is a cornerstone of culture, a cornerstone of community and economic development. It has long delivered highly skilled graduates to employers in the private and public sector across this great state we all call home. That said, we are here with some real challenges, and the Bridge to the Future plan released last week isn't up to the task. You have all heard many of us say, we need details, we need focus before the state makes an investment. We especially need a plan. And unfortunately, we didn't get that. So to be blunt, here's what's going to happen next. A preview over the next 2.5 months. The state is heading into our final budget negotiations. And every year, the California State University system comes to the legislature for more money, often to be able to restore cuts that are being advanced by the administration. Last year, along with Speaker Rivas, we led the effort. We led the effort to restore cuts that were in the governor's proposed budget. And all of us, we are as strong as advocates as you can find for not just Sonoma State, but the CSU system. And this is why I am so frustrated today. I am starting to believe that we are all being taken advantage of. You know, we have pumped $680 million. The state, the taxpayers, have pumped $680 million into the CSU system over the last 3 years. Pause and let that sink in for a moment. Last year, the CSU system came to the legislature and asked us to restore cuts that had been proposed in the governor's budget of $240 million. And guess what? The legislature once again stood up and did just that, fighting for the CSU system. This year, the Chancellor's office is asking us to restore $375 million in proposed cuts. That's the 7.95% that the governor is proposing. And they want the legislature to honor the compact agreement, which is another $240 million, which the governor wants to defer. These two sums add up to approximately $650 million in funding, $240 million of which would be permanent for the system. So let's do the math. And I am a political science major, so I'm not always the greatest at math. But totaling $920 million, the legislature has secured a total of $920 million in new permanent funding for the CSU system alone. Meanwhile, 13 of the CSU's 23 campuses are not meeting enrollment targets. 6 of these campuses, Sonoma, Maritime, Humboldt, Channel Islands, East Bay, and San Francisco, would need to increase enrollment by more than 20% to be able to meet the CSU's 24-25 targets. My family, like most families, have some challenges. But I feel like I'm in a dysfunctional relationship right now. And let me explain why. It feels like the CSU system and the legislature are in a dysfunctional relationship because one side always wants everything their way. One side is never willing to compromise. They only want to focus on their priorities and candidly gaslights their partner when there is a need. 2 words, I'm done. I'm done. The Chancellor's office needs to step up or not. Having championed the needs of the CSU my entire tenure in the legislature, and especially now as the leader of the Senate, I'm not sure where the Chancellor's office is going to turn since they need a 3-party agreement to get a budget deal done and potential cuts reversed. So this ends today. The ball is in the Chancellor's office court. We don't want to waste your time continuing to hear about a plan that's not going to cut it. Now, maybe the interim president and the Chancellor's office hasn't agreed with what I said, but I'm always open, blunt, and transparent, always honest. And every time that we have gotten together, I've said what we need. Before we adopt the CSU budget, we need to see financial support for Sonoma State and a turnaround plan. And today, the Chancellor's office has decided not to advance that. And I'm feeling like we are on a college campus that is being left behind. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to get this incredible institution back on track, and I think all of us are prepared to do so. But the CSU system needs to step up and lead the way. To the Chancellor's office and to the interim president, I am done being taken advantage of. It feels like you are trying to run out the clock. So I want to say thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here. I do want to say thank you to the leadership of Sonoma State and, of course, the Chancellor's office for being here as well. And I am going to turn it back over to the chair and to my colleagues and say grateful for your leadership, for your partnership, and especially to each and every one of you, the students, the faculty, the staff, the community members who are here today. We are grateful for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we're going to turn, just to reemphasize, because we all build our habits in the earliest of stages. I applaud this man every day in the Senate floor, but we're going to. It's very important that we just maintain a courtroom-like decorum. So let's move next to Assemblymember Damon Connolly, who also represents the campus and the community, and who's my co-chair for today's hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Great to be here again today. And really a privilege to serve as your assembly member representing this campus, Southern Sonoma County, and all of Marin County as well. And thank you to all my colleagues for being here as well. Wanted to just again say up front, we are convening this second session as true partners of all of you. We are here to speak for, to represent, to figure this situation out for the students, for the faculty, for the staff, and for our community at large. As we established clearly the first session, this is a college not just worth preserving, but putting in a situation where it can thrive with all of us working together. And it's going to require holding the California State University Chancellor's Office and administrators at Sonoma State University accountable. More on that in a second. In the first forum, we asked for a positive turnaround plan with a set, clear timeline. I associate myself with the remarks of the pro tem. The CSU system released their plan entitled, quote, "A Bridge to the Future," end quote. So we are at the beginning of a community-wide conversation as to whether their plan is what they say it is. Is it a bridge to the future? As we sit here today, I'm not convinced that what we have seen to date is adequate to get us there. We continue to hear from folks on this campus concerns about the level of transparency and the clear lack of meaningful engagement. One thing worth noting is that at the Sonoma State Budget Forum on March 13, 2025, as one example, the Marina Crossing project, which I brought up at the last hearing, was not even discussed. I want to continue to see that issue front and center. And I'm told administrators stood in the middle of the room as opposed to actually making their rounds and listening in on the University Budget Advisory Committee roundtables for community feedback, definitely a missed opportunity. Now, during one of these roundtables, a professor defined liberal arts as, quote, "skills someone needs to be a free person in society," end quote. Let that sink in for a moment. That's never been more true than it is now, and we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. If students don't have access to programs like women and gender studies, as an example, which we noted at the last hearing or heard contributes over $2.5 million in value to this campus. How short-sighted. And looking forward, it could potentially even cause harm to the folks that these graduates are going to be serving in the future with that knowledge base. The current and future well-being of students, faculty, and community stakeholders should be of the utmost priority, and the budget itself should reflect this. In the first forum, Sonoma State Interim President Gutierrez said, quote, "We are not going anywhere," in response to our request for a commitment that from administrators that Sonoma State University will not close. Well, that's reassuring, but it's not enough. It is important to remember that not only should the university remain open, but its identity as a liberal arts school with athletics, art, and a well-rounded college experience should be preserved as well. This is on the Chancellor at this point. This is where my thinking has evolved. We need to directly hold the Chancellor accountable right now. And one thing I'm going to be looking at as we explore the future direction, to some extent teed up by this 8-page plan, it looks like there's a proposal for $10 million in new spending. What isn't addressed is the $24 million shortfall. I'm going to be asking directly how the two interrelate, because I don't get the sense one solves the issue with the other. And in fact, they're probably very related in the impacts. So as we move forward, what are going to be the impacts if we don't address the seriously impactful cuts that are being proposed? And the concern is, in effect, are we just baking in the harm? Is this just window dressing, and albeit not very well defined at this point in any event? So with that, I look forward to the discussion and hopefully some clear-cut answers to some hard questions that are coming.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Chris Rogers.
First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. I want to punctuate the point, though. I think my biggest frustration from the first hearing and many of the discussions that we've had ever since is that the current administration at SSU didn't create this problem. They also will not be here to solve it. It feels like we have meat shields who have been put in front of legislators to take the ire of the public, while the Chancellor's office has been unwilling to engage on these conversations. Even when we talk about this plan, and we'll talk about it today, that plan was put together, created by folks who don't know this community without any reassurances or investments from the Chancellor's office. That needs to change. This is not Vegas. What happens in Sonoma County isn't going to stay in Sonoma County. As the pro tem said, we are all engaged in the budget negotiations. And I'm particularly going to be focused on 3 figures as we move forward. One is 34%. That's the level, the percentage of investment that the legislature has made in Sonoma State that is now going towards instruction. 34%. And the Chancellor's office needs to answer why. Why is it only 34% of that record level spending being reinvested in the people that make SSU special, the students and the professors and the faculty and the staff? The second number is 1-to-1. If this plan is implemented as currently proposed, you will have 1 administrator for every 1 tenured professor at Sonoma State. That, I think the technical term, is bullshit. The third is 0.03%. When we talk about the shortfall at Sonoma State, we're talking about 0.03% of the total amount that the CSU system has in investments. And my question will continue to be for the Chancellor, why is Sonoma State not worth a 0.03% investment? Because I can guarantee that it means more to this community than 0.03%. It means everything to this community. So we'll ask our questions today. We'll try to get answers. We'll try to get some level of certainty for folks. But just know, this fight, we're taking it back up to Sacramento, and we want answers from the Chancellor. And we have opportunities for those discussions in the budget discussions. And we also have the opportunity to create policy as well if we don't see things moving in the direction that we would like to. I'm committed to doing everything I can, I know my colleagues are as well, to make sure that the Chancellor's office has to answer how they are going to lean in, invest in this community, and not give up on SSU.
Thank you, Assemblymember Rogers. And thank you so much to our Congressmember Mike Thompson for joining us today. Please share some remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor for me to be here with you, and thank you to all my state legislative colleagues for the work that you do on everything, but in particular, the interest that you have and the commitment you have to Sonoma State. And I want to thank everyone for being here. I'm here because I have a 35-year relationship with Sonoma State. I've represented this campus both in the state Senate and in the United States Congress. It's an incredibly important institution of higher education. It's turned out some of the finest graduates ever to come out of any institution in California or any place else. I'm a graduate of a CSU campus, as is my wife, and my wife has her master's degree from Sonoma State. And I'll tell you, that master's degree and from Sonoma State carried some weight, because when I first went back to Washington, she went with me. And not only did she get a job right away with one of the premier hospitals in the Washington, D.C. area, because that degree from Sonoma State meant something, and they recognized it. But she was also hired to teach nursing at Georgetown University. Again, because of the education that she got right here on this campus. This campus is important to the students, to the faculty, to the staff, to the families of those students, faculty, and staff, and to our greater community. This has been a diamond in our community for as long as it's been here. And the fact that it has been allowed to run down to the point that it's having the problems that it's having now is unacceptable. This last week was the fly into Washington, D.C. week for the CSU. And I didn't get a chance to meet with everybody that was there from the CSU, but the folks I did meet with, I took away some pretty important lessons. I found out that there was a lot going on this campus that can't be explained, because the folks who I met with, they had less time here than a brand new freshman, so they couldn't explain a lot. I probably learned the most from my alma mater, the Harvard of the CSU, Chico State. They were in my office, and they were talking about the same problem that every campus has experienced since COVID, the downturn in enrollment. And they were at about 17,000 students prior to COVID, and they dropped down, I think, to 12 or 13,000. And since then, they've brought it up. They're at 15,000 now, and they're shooting to go to 16,000 in the very, very near future. And they talked about some of the aggressive programs that they employed in order to make that happen. They also talked about some of the programs that they've employed to bolster their athletics programs at Chico State. Now, I said the last time we sat on this panel that I think it's short-sighted to just discard the athletics program. Not only is it wrong for students who have given up opportunities to go to other schools to come here to learn in the 11th hour that their athletics was going to be closed. Those other doors that were open for them to go to other universities have all closed by now. So it's short-sighted from that perspective. It's also short-sighted for the full program of education for the students and for the community. And it's something that should be at least looked at. And I was very disheartened to hear that the group from the community that's working on a plan to save the athletics couldn't even get a meeting with the president. They had to have their proposal delivered by the Capitol Police. I think that's wrong. I think it's right up there with trying to get us to believe that an 8-page packet of paper explaining how you're going to dig out of this hole is going to be acceptable. This is going to take the entire community. It's going to take work from the administration to work with the community, figure out what programs are most important for the area, what we do to grow those programs, what we do to attract students to these programs, and what we do to make sure that Sonoma State University continues to be the incredibly fabulous institution of higher education it has been from day one. So I've got questions. I look forward to the opportunity to ask those, and I thank you, Senator Cabaldon, for including me in this panel.
All right. Thank you, Congressman Thompson. In 1960, California enacted what became world famous, the Master Plan for Higher Education. And in that, California attempted to do the impossible. Public universities and colleges were few and far between in this country, but Californians knew what they wanted. They were coming in droves to what at the time were state normal school and state college campuses and to the University of California. So many that we were opening up a new campus almost every year in one of the two public university systems. That master plan said California aspires to be the place in the world with the most prestigious universities on the planet, from Sonoma State to San Diego State to Cal Poly to Berkeley to UCLA to Santa Barbara to all of them. And simultaneously, and here's the crazy part, California aspires to be the one place on the planet where every single state resident has access to higher education, at the time tuition free. This was an incredibly bold statement, and it was typically Californian, that we could achieve something no one had ever aspired to. And today, as Senator McGuire said, we're not just among the best public universities in the world. There is no state or country on the planet which has attempted and then succeeded at creating something of the scale, the access, the equity, and the prestige and the impact of the California State University and the University of California combined. This is one of the state's major treasures that has driven our economic success. We're fond in Sacramento reminding ourselves that California is the 5th largest economy in the world, in no small measure because of those investments. But you think back and look at those times. As I said, new campuses were opening every year, and because we knew we had to. because the students were here, because the opportunity was happening, and because we believed that we could. We could mount a new program, and not just a new program, and a new campus in a year. It's kind of like the Chinese ports in new cities opening up 16 million people in a year. That's what California was doing during this time. We were inventing and creating and spreading higher education and opportunity to everyone. And so for me, looking at the Bridge to the Future plan, I have to say part of the disappointment was that we seem to have lost that sense of our capacity to act, to deliver. Then when we say, we opened UC and CSU campuses in a year, but it's going to take us 3 years to evaluate programs that we have already been looking at on this campus through years and years of academic senate committees and planning council committees and consultations with the private sector. It's not day one. This didn't just start happening. So how could it be that it would take us 3 years to start a program, and then 5 to 7 years before we might see enrollment increases? And then what happens between now and then? What happens to a campus which is making cuts and cuts and cuts and cuts year after year after year after year? What is that? What are we applying that 20% to? I'm an economics major, not poli-sci. What are we applying that 20% to 5 years from now if our enrollment has plummeted because we have continued to cut at the roots of what Sonoma State is all about? So I'm looking forward to the questions and the answers to the extent we can get them on the plan. I was hopeful when we left. I think the one good news I will say is that it's clear to me that those who put the plan together were here at the hearing. You can see many of the themes and the ideas that were raised in that hearing by both members of the legislature and by folks in the community and on the campus. So it isn't that it's directionally crazy or awful. It is that it's not real. That it isn't a plan of action with a timeline. It isn't a plan of action with a budget. It is merely goals, notional goals. And notional goals are important. They can drive change and drive behavior, but they can't in an interim administration. Multi-year, 3, 5, 7-year goals don't mean anything if it's not the team that's going to be implementing. And by the team, I mean the entire campus together. So I know this is, we don't do this at every single campus. Sonoma State is that precious, but also these cuts to tenured faculty, to staff, to non-tenured faculty are unprecedented. And we want to make sure that they remain that we are not setting a precedent for how we are going to manage the next 60 years of California higher education as being one of decline, and instead recapture that commitment. There is nothing in California that is a surer bet to help a Californian skip a social class, to end generations of social insecurity, than a degree from a California institution of higher education. Nothing is more powerful. Our job is, how do we get it to more people, not to fewer? And we need a plan that the Chancellor and the Chancellor's office and the Board of Trustees are committed to. They will hold themselves accountable. They will hold themselves accountable to the public, to deliver, to fund, and to make happen. So I also want to thank folks for being part of today. We have continued questions to get through today, but I also agree with my colleagues that we won't be back here 60 days from now for another conversation about the same plan. We can't afford to wait. We know there are athletes that have deadlines that they have to meet, and staff and faculty that are in limbo, but also we have a state budget to make. Let me say just one last thing about that. It's the legislature. Before I was elected, I was a tenured faculty at Sacramento State University. The legislature does not make program by program decisions in higher education. So we don't decide, hey, you teach German over there, and over there you're going to have philosophy, and over here it's going to be advanced auto mechanics. We don't do that, and we should not. The faculty member in me still will say, do not let the political class decide what the curriculum is. That is not our job. And so we are not here to micromanage every detail of the budget. What we are here to do is to make sure that the voices, the perspectives of the campus community are reflected in our plans, and that the Sonoma State and the California State University's responsibility and obligation to the people of the region and the people of California are upheld. So with that, thank you again. I'd like to invite our colleagues from the campus to please come forward, if you may, to the front table. First, Emily Couturier, the interim president here at Sonoma State University, and she'll be joined by Steve Villiers, the CSU executive vice chancellor and chief financial officer, and Nathan Evans, the CSU deputy vice chancellor for academic student affairs and the prior interim president. And invite for a presentation on the plan, and then we will move to Q&A. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great. Okay. I'm going to be longer than 2 minutes. Well, we were told 2 minutes, but I timed it. I've got it to 4.5. So,
All right.
okay. So, should I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon, and welcome back. As you know, last week, the university issued our draft plan, Bridge to the Future, which you've been discussing, and distributed it for feedback, first to you, and then to our larger community of students, staff, faculty, and regional supporters. The objectives of the plan are to ensure that Sonoma State University doesn't merely survive, but it thrives, that it becomes an even more integral part of this remarkable North Bay region, and that it graduates students who will go on not only to contribute to the workforce, but also, thanks to their well-rounded education, what some might call a liberal education, to be informed citizens and leaders living personally fulfilling lives. While we're in the process of gathering and incorporating feedback into our plan, we are also moving forward with initiatives developed through consultation on campus and off campus. I want to highlight a few examples of progress towards Sonoma State's future. Just last week, for example, Sonoma State entered into an agreement with Marin County Office of Education, the College of Marin, and 10,000 Degrees to provide a pathway from high school through college to a teaching career in Marin County. This is just one example of numerous agreements with surrounding school districts and community colleges in preparation or completed this last year in support of multiple Bridge to the Future goals, specifically to enhance student recruitment, to develop career and work-based learning, and to partner with the community to meet its needs. Another example of enhanced and innovative recruitment. Last month, we became the first university in California, public or private, to launch an AI recruiter. Livy is her name, and she sounds a lot better than I do. She has a wonderful voice, and she is available to answer prospective students' questions 24/7 and in multiple languages. So far, Livy has conversed with more than 5,000 of our applicants, freeing up our live recruiters to fully engage with our prospective students, which is what's needed to get them here. The Bridge to the Future also emphasizes development of innovative programs to meet student interest and regional workforce needs. Already working their way through our curriculum process are 2 health profession programs, health sciences and health profession studies. Faculty in nursing and biology developed these programs to provide a pathway into health careers for the literally hundreds of highly qualified students who have applied but were not admitted into nursing at Sonoma State because of accreditation and infrastructure issues. With these additional programs, future additions, and partnerships with other healthcare educators and providers, Sonoma State has the very real potential for being the hub for healthcare education in the North Bay region. I don't have time to inform you about every initiative we have undertaken, but I will highlight one more, the San Francisco Bay University Network. This partnership among SSU, San Francisco State, and CSU East Bay is a bold and innovative effort to enhance administrative services while lowering costs. The three universities are moving ahead quickly and will lay out a plan and aggressive timeline at the May 2025 CSU Board of Trustees meeting. January 2026 is the target date for implementation of the first of the network's shared services. While many aspects of the Bridge to the Future are in progress, it is imperative that we recognize any good plan is a living document. Like a plane's wings, it can break if it's not flexible when it encounters turbulence, and the university may have to adjust its course to better meet student and regional need. Our University Budget Advisory Committee, representative of all campus constituencies, for example, is prioritizing programs, including versions of programs scheduled for discontinuation, but now streamlined and revised to increase enrollment, as well as proposals for new programs and activities. With this process, we will be ready to move quickly should funds become available. The committee's recommendations, along with campus and community feedback to our plan, delivered online and in person as we sit here, will be thoroughly vetted. Given the already excellent suggestions we've received, the plan will evolve as it continues to move forward. In conclusion, I truly believe that everyone here shares the goal of a revived and thriving Sonoma State, and we all appreciate your support in helping us achieve it. Thank you. And now, Mr. Relier.
Thanks, President Cottrell.
Thank you, President Cottrell. And thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of Chancellor Mildred Garcia and the CSU system, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to participate in this session. I want to begin by emphasizing that the Chancellor's office was closely involved in the development of the plan that President Cottrell shared with you just now. We fully support its vision and direction and are committed to supporting its implementation while working in partnership with the campus and the broader community as they engage in a thoughtful review of this plan. We stand unified with the university and will ensure that Sonoma State has the resources required to implement this plan. Chancellor Garcia and the Chancellor's office are committed to Sonoma State's long-term vitality and success. The Chancellor announced at our March Board of Trustees meeting that the search for Sonoma State's next president will resume at the start of the academic year with the goal of appointing Sonoma's next leader in the first quarter of 2026. Across the Chancellor's office, we are working with the university to lay the groundwork for a vibrant and resilient future for Sonoma State. One that strengthens its mission, enhances student success, and ensures the continued impact on the North Bay and beyond. This work is urgent, and it's already underway. In recent years, the Chancellor's office has provided Sonoma State with over $5.5 million to support facilities, enrollment planning, prospective student marketing, and most recently, the transition plans for academic programs. All of these investments demonstrate a commitment to SSU's long-term viability. While we're here today to talk about Sonoma State, I do want to emphasize that it is part of a larger system. Sonoma is one of several CSU campuses that face significant enrollment and budget challenges that necessitate making very difficult decisions that have real consequences. In short, Sonoma State's budget does not match its current enrollment. While the CSU system average expenditure per student is approximately $19,000 per student, SSU's cost is approximately $28,000 per student. That's $9,000 more, or a 33% increase. That level of expenditure is simply not sustainable, and it's why the campus has such a large budget deficit. I want to share some context about what has contributed to the difficult budget environment currently affecting Sonoma State and all of the institutions within the CSU system. While the CSU system has made great strides in student success over the past several years, the CSU has faced increasing mandatory costs and the deferral of the state's compact funding. And while the system has experienced a recovery of enrollment statewide, The recovery has been very uneven across our universities, primarily affected by regional demographic differences. We appreciate the significant resources invested in the CSU by the state of California in the past years. However, fixed costs, compensation, and benefits have grown significantly during that time. State support and tuition revenue have not kept up with those costs. And as we discussed at the previous forum, based on the governor's January budget proposal, the CSU is preparing for a $375 million budget cut in the coming year's state budget. That contributes about $6 million to Sonoma State's budget deficit. The CSU recognizes the state's financial challenges, and we are doing our part. We are operating as lean as possible while continuing to advance our educational mission. But doing that part means real impact at our universities. SSU is not alone in making difficult reductions to balance their budget. For example, last week, Sacramento State announced more than $30 million in new budget reduction measures, and San Francisco State, San Luis Obispo, and other campuses have cut many of their programs, including athletic programs. We are also moving in creative ways to further reduce costs and protect our students. For example, the presidents of Sonoma State, Cal State East Bay, and San Francisco State, as President Cottrell just remarked, have committed to developing a single shared administrative structure and framework for many of the business functions on the campus. These three universities will continue to operate as three separate, independently accredited universities, and this framework will ensure that these universities' financial stability so that they can maximize access for a high-quality education throughout the Bay Area for our students. President Cottrell and her leadership team, with the support of the Chancellor's Office, have made those difficult decisions that have real impact and that place the university on the path to a sustainable future. And with the plan that President Cottrell has just outlined, they have laid out a path to move SSU forward, growing enrollment, aligning programs with workforce opportunities, enhancing student life for all students, while reducing university costs. So with that, I'm going to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Nathan Evans, to share his comments.
Thank you, EVC Royer. Good afternoon, and thank you, Senators and Assembly members, for this opportunity. As was stated, my name is Nathan Evans, and I serve as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and the Chief Academic Officer. As mentioned last summer, I also served as acting president of Sonoma State University prior to interim President Couttrell's arrival. I want to begin by reiterating what Chancellor Garcia said at our January Board of Trustees meeting. Sonoma State University is an important and valued institution within our system. Enrollment challenges and demographic shifts of traditional age students are real at many of our universities, with Sonoma State being amongst the most impacted by these declines. The Chancellor's Office has been working closely with Sonoma State leadership on budget, planning, and enrollment matters. This work is urgent, and it's happening as we speak. Over the past 3 years, the Chancellor's Office has been regularly engaged and supportive of SSU. Specific direct investments have included purchasing of prospective student data, new student scholarships, a review of academic programs and enrollment opportunities, including Sonoma State in our CSU Direct Admissions pilot, hosting events at the Chancellor's Office for admitted Sonoma State students from Southern California, and most recently, an enrollment marketing and recruitment strategy. And those investments complement the state's investment of $2.5 million, which was championed by many of you here today, which was allocated to Sonoma State through the Chancellor's Office to support growth in nursing and health-related disciplines. While we are a system, each institution is unique, and they each need to address their budget challenges in different ways, while they also benefit, as you've heard, from being part of the CSU system. The Chancellor's Office stands with our Sonoma State colleagues and will support the Bridge to the Future plan. We'll ensure that SSU has the resources required for the plan to be implemented and be successful. SSU has laid out specific proven strategies to increase enrollment of both traditional age students, adult learners, and graduate students, including ways to more directly enroll high school and community college students from Sonoma and surrounding counties, as you heard as one example today. In 2025, defining a university solely as a public liberal arts institution is just simply insufficient. Students and families want to understand return on investment they seek in their degrees, including liberal arts degrees, that clearly lead to careers and meet regional workforce needs. And SSU has identified a set of academic programs that have direct career alignment and meet this region's workforce needs. And they've identified ways to connect their students to employers and careers throughout their degree program and through career services. SSU also has the opportunity to differentiate itself through its location, its campus, and the plan's emphasis on rebuilding campus community and engaging the surrounding cities can create the types of experiences students of all ages are seeking. All of these actions, along with stories of supportive faculty and staff, the success of alumni, and this beautiful campus location can be the differentiator that attracts and retains students at Sonoma State. The Chancellor's Office and the CSU system will continue to proactively support our colleagues, ensuring that SSU remains a vital resource for this region, now and into the future. As President Couturier said, the Bridge to the Future is a draft document. Today's discussion, as well as input from other individual and community spaces, will help inform the final version. The work is crucial and urgent, and we stand ready to partner. With that, Interim President Couturier, EVC Royer, and I are happy to hear comments and address your questions.
All right, thank you. I want to start with a couple and then turn to our colleagues. And I just want to get right into the details. I serve on both the Budget Committee and the Education Committee, and I have questions about how this is supposed to work. And having read the plan, I have to say, Vice Chancellor Aurelia, it read as though the campus wrote most of it, but then the Chancellor's Office inserted two parts. One, the bold section that, hey, don't forget, the cost per student at Sonoma State is super high. And then the second part that says, please note that the demographic trends are bad, and everybody's struggling with enrollment, and those stuck out because they weren't an affirmative vision for the future. And the second one in particular disturbed me because we can't have a Southern California State University, which is what I'm hearing over and over again. Well, just enrollment's down, demographics are tough. In Northern California, in most of Northern California, period. Like not comma, and therefore our aggressive plan is to do the following. But just like this is a fact of life, we all have to get used to it, and we'll just have to trim and trim and trim and trim and trim until it has become a self-fulfilled prophecy. So I'm curious, number one, about that framing in the document, and also I think in your remarks as well, and in the context of the UC Merced experience, which is also not in San Diego or some of the high growth areas, but UC Merced, almost right after we left our session here last time, UC Merced reported a 43% increase in applications. Right, so they have not accepted the last year's numbers plus 0.5% are their future. They have implemented and funded work in order, while at the same time achieving Research 1 status and everything else. It's not as though they cut their core enterprise. So they are dramatically increasing their enrollment far faster and by far more than what is anticipated in the plan of a 20% increase over 5 to 7 years. So I want to understand that piece. But as the CFO, here's where I'm struggling, which is that if the enrollment forecasted enrollment increases in the plan, which here appear mostly by immaculate conception, there's no time frame that we expect this many this year or from what. It's more of a statement of hope than a business plan for enrollment. But if that's a 5 to 7 year proposition, following on a 3-year proposition to mount and launch the new programs, what happens in the years between now and then? Is the Chancellor's Office committed to funding at, as you say, the higher funding per student for each and every one of those years up to year 5 through 7? There's no chart here that says here's how the financials are going to square next year, so that we won't be back having the same exact hearing then. And so I ask, the final piece of it is, if you really believe in the forecast and the plan for that kind of enrollment growth, which I still think is insufficient over the 5 to 7 years, and the new programs, if the Chancellor believes in that, is the Chancellor prepared to make the investment that is required in order for that to occur? And I don't just mean $10 million one time, but the investment in both the ongoing gap as well as the investment needed in order to bring those programs to life.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate those very thoughtful questions. Let me start with the demographic question that you raised about kind of the context of that. Clearly, demographers know how many babies are being born each year, and we have seen what's happened as that downturn has worked its way through the K through 12 system, community colleges, and the university, what the impact has been. We know what the impact is likely to be of that in future years. That being said, it doesn't mean that we have to just accept that we are going to not be able to increase enrollment at Sonoma State. And I think that what we're trying to do in the plan is show that these are the cards we're dealt. This is how California is changing. However, by doing these things, the things that are in the plan about growing programs are related to the workforce, by changing the way we recruit students, by getting the word out, by communications and outreach, all these things, that the percentage of students who are graduating high school and graduating community colleges will increase coming to Sonoma State. Just like many of you, I think Sonoma State is a diamond. I think it's an amazing spot. If I was a high school student and thinking about going to college, this would be one of the first places that I'd come to. It's just a wonderful university. So we think that while the demographics are changing, and changing particularly in different regions of California, it doesn't mean we have to accept that. We can do these programs, the kind of programs that are described in the plan, and make Sonoma State a much more attractive campus for students who have needs in those areas. Let me jump to another question that you had, and that had to do with kind of this transitional part, because this can't happen overnight, but it won't wait. We won't wait for 5 years to see a result. We're going to see changes as we change the way we do recruitment, as we change our academic programs, as we change outreach. We're going to start seeing those next year, and that trajectory we think is going to go up. It does require two things. One is, as was acknowledged by many of the panel members earlier, it does mean getting our costs down. So we have that plan on how to find that $24 million to get costs in line with the size of Sonoma State. It requires a really important second part that's just as important, and that is an investment. And you touched on this. And that investment comes in two forms. One form is, as said in the plan, some key strategic investments. It mentioned $10 million because that's what the estimate was to do all the things right above, in the plan. It also requires a transition in funding so that even though Sonoma doesn't have all the students that normally would go with those dollars aren't immediately taken away from Sonoma, that there is a gradual transition. And what we've done is, rather than just have the dollars follow the students to those other universities, is say that both this year and last year, that only about 3% of that delta in that funding is going to move to those other universities. In other words, what we're trying to do is establish a glide path so that it does not, it has as least disruption to Sonoma State, while at the same time recognizing we have other campuses who are bursting at the seams and need to be able to hire the faculty to get to those additional students. So to me, the plan really tries to strike a balance between getting our costs under control, but making really strategic investments to make Sonoma State a much more attractive and sustainable university.
Just to say, I think the plan envisions it.
Yeah.
The plan doesn't strike any, I don't think you can apply any action verbs to the plan here, because there isn't any action to accomplish that, or the dollars in order to make it happen. So, the glide path analogy is a good one, because it is sort of, I hear what you're saying. We're under pressure from the campuses that are growing. Like, give us we have more students and we need money.
Right.
And so, you are committing that the chancellor is going to assure that doesn't result in a rapid loss of those dollars. But it's still, the glide path is still down, right? At the time when enrollment, I have yet to see, and I'm a former vice chancellor as well, so I have yet to see any evidence about what the strategies are and why we think and believe and we're convinced that they will work, or that you're so convinced that you're prepared to make all the investments in order for that to accomplish. Because only one thing has changed since the enrollment declines that we've been experiencing over the last several years, which is these cuts. So now when I'm in the Capitol and I say I'm heading to Sonoma State, other senators, folks in the administration, they look at me as though like somebody in my family just died or I'm getting a divorce. Like the brand, the damage to the brand of Sonoma State has been so deep, so profound that we cannot ignore. We can't ignore the impact that that's going to have on demand. And so simply repeating that it's a beautiful campus isn't going to get it done for next year. And so that's what I'm struggling with. It's one of a few things, but this is a key part of it. Is what is the why should anyone believe, including you, in terms of making investments, that we're going to turn this around before this year's cuts and more cuts and more cuts and more cuts decimate the institution altogether? Mr. Evans?
Yeah, Senator Cabaldon, I appreciate your comments, and I want to first acknowledge the work of President Cottrell and her team. I recognize that this is a combination of the goals that are within here, but underneath each of these are plans. And as someone who, in my portfolio at the system, has a responsibility for enrollment, I'm aware of the work that this university under President Cottrell's leadership has already done. They've, in partnership with some of the sharpest minds in enrollment planning in the nation, have developed a sort of two-tier plan. One is what our colleagues call winning in your backyard, working with your local school district. You heard, for example, about the new partnership with Marin County that's building clear pipelines where students know that a university is their local university. And that's what Sonoma State is for Marin County, for Sonoma, for Lake, for Mendocino. That means intrusive engagement in those communities, in those schools, in partnership with superintendents. That work is underway. That builds. I have personally been a part of College Promise programs for more than 2 decades. That strategy works, and our colleagues here, again, are building that right now. That has immediate return on investment. The other component of just that one more detailed plan is about your out of area. More than a decade ago, more than a third of the students at Sonoma State actually came from Southern California. That has diminished significantly. So also as a part of that more detailed plan around enrollment is about targeting which schools, which communities in Southern California, Northern California, out of state, have the ability for students to go out of area with the right financial support. And so I can say that as one component, that level of detail does exist because we have been working in partnership with President Cottrell and her team in the development of that work.
All right, let me just make one other comment, then turn it to Mr. Connolly, and that is that I think several folks know that I, along with Mr. Connolly and Mr. Rogers, and Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguiar-Curry, who couldn't be with us today, but she's with us in spirit, intent, and action around direct admission or automatic admission. If the Chancellor doesn't know, if you would please let her know that the CSU's response has been, please erase the part of the bill that says that that the priority should be for under-enrolled campuses, which is kind of the point, statewide. So the in your backyard, it's not a great time to move to an entirely in your backyard approach when we are experiencing the demographic trends that we're talking about. And so as we are working together to try to solve this, that for me at least, I was taken aback that the response was no. You can't target the half the campuses that are severely under enrolled, including Sonoma, which was the inspiration for the legislation. All right, Mr. Connolly.
Yeah, thanks. Want to bring up a topic that's in the background right now, and that is the possible no confidence vote that the faculty is bringing forward. My understanding is results are expected by April 17th after a week of public comments. Voting members originally approved the proposal by a vote of 15-3. The California Faculty Association president is on record as saying they need to get the word out that they're united in rejecting the leadership. So with that view on campus firmly held right now, toward SSU leadership, the Chancellor's office. How do you plan to earn their support for the Bridge to the Future turnaround plan? I think you would agree with me that basically faculty needs to be included in this, and it's alarming, frankly, that it's atrophied to that point on campus. What are you going to do about it? What's your response to it?
Let me talk about the way in which faculty have been engaged and will continue to be engaged. There are multiple levels, multiple conversations going on at the same time. One very important conversation started well before I got here in August. Our provost, who is very forward-thinking, had worked with a number of faculty from all across the campus to develop an academic plan for the institution, taking into account faculty governance, faculty ideas, data we have about workforce, input from the community, and that group for multiple years has continued to work on an academic plan. That academic plan is informing our Bridge to the Future. That's where it's coming from. There's that level. And anything, as Senator Cabaldon knows, anything having to do with curriculum development at a university is really what the faculty does. They take it, they develop the proposals. There's a faculty curriculum process through the Senate. So faculty are engaged completely as you develop new programs. Another area where faculty are involved is in our budget advisory committee. We have I think a committee of 12 that is advisory to me, a committee of 12. There are 4 faculty. There's several MPPs, there are multiple students, and there are staff, because this university does belong to everybody. The curriculum is really the faculty's purview, but the university is about all of us. And that group has strong faculty input into what we will do moving forward, whether it is, if funds become available, the programs that have been slated for discontinuation, or whether it is new programs. They are looking at that and are actively engaged in that process. So those are multiple ways in which faculty are engaged and must be engaged in the process. Another way in which faculty are engaged is the provost and I are regular attendees at both the Senate exec meetings. Here they call it the what do they call it? XCOM. I'm used to Senate exec. It's XCOM here. XCOM meetings and the regular Senate meetings, so that we can hear and be part of the discussion that faculty have. So yes, faculty are engaged. Is that going to be enough to earn the trust of a faculty who have seen an interim president come in and work to deal with a pretty astounding budget deficit? Probably not. Not in me, because I am the author in many ways of those cuts, or I'm the final step of approval for those cuts. I guess those would be my answers to that. I mean, would I love to have faculty confidence in everything I'm doing? You bet. And will I do everything to earn it that I possibly can? You bet. Ultimately, I have to be responsible for what is best for the university.
From the Chancellor's office.
Yeah, and I thank you, Assemblymember, for your question. And you're absolutely right that there are I think for our campuses who have seen a decline in enrollment, that has that it does have an effect on its image in some circles and can be detrimental. It's up to us to find a path forward that is going to restore that confidence in the university. I think the thoughtful plan that President Cottrell and her cabinet that we worked with her on establishes that. I think it will the campus will develop programs that are going to be very attractive to people looking for a job at the end of getting their degree, and will meet workforce needs. And the investments that we've talked about making, I think, will establish that credibility. So I think we can win that credibility back. And this is not just a Sonoma State issue. It's an issue with a number of our universities that are seeing, a downturn in their enrollments.
So the proposed plan appears to have a price tag of about $10 million. Is that right? Kind of in
That's
the
right,
concluding
yeah.
section of it. That $10 million, though, will not get the college out of deficit, right? It's a separate expenditure that you're proposing.
Yeah, Assemblymember, you're exactly right. That I think of this in two parts. One is, how do we get costs down so that the costs are reasonable for this size of a university? The second part is, what careful investments can we make to grow our way out of it? So we don't think we can just cut our way out of this issue. It has to be a combination of very careful cost reductions to be in line with where a university, and we know what that is. We kind of know where we need to be in terms of costs. At the same time, we have to make careful investments in new programs and new ways of reaching out to students and some of the efforts that the president described in terms of relationships with community colleges and high schools. So our best guess right now, and it'll probably change over the years, is that $10 million will feed and do those investments. And we're completely committed to working with campus in investing that $10 million and, providing the resources necessary to make sure that Sonoma State is successful.
So let's tackle that a couple different ways. So one is, and you heard clearly last time, and I think this point comes up again over and over, is if you're cutting 20 majors, if you're cutting 6 departments, all Division II athletics, other art programs and the like, aren't you undermining the strategy of trying to increase enrollment through these new expenditures? In other words, are you effectively undercutting your own goals by clinging to this plan of cutting so devastatingly to existing programs that have real value and do attract students here?
Yes, Assemblymember, you're right that these programs do have real value. First of all, I just want to start with, the cost reductions that we're talking about are in a lot of different areas, many of which are not academic programs and are not athletics. I mean, that's included in that group, but there's across the board a lot of cost reductions that are going to be implemented that do not affect the quality of education or the access to certain programs. But what President Cottrell and her cabinet have tried to do is reduce costs for those programs that are not going to bring the larger group of students to Sonoma State and really invest in those things that do resonate with what students want to learn, what students' future career goals are. And I don't know, President, you want to say anything in addition to that?
Well, I guess I would like to reiterate what you're saying, and I will say that every single one of these programs that we are scheduling for cutting is a valuable program. But what Vice Chancellor Relier has to say is the case. We are looking, basically, we have to make the cuts because we're $24 million in the hole. The programs account for 6 million of it. Athletics accounts for another 6 million of it. We still have 12 million that we have to go, and we have ways in which we're meeting that. But where we get to reinvest will be in programs that will also be valuable and will be attract more students than the programs that we are cutting.
So the second kind of question I had around it is, let's say you invest the new 10 million. What's to assure that you're not going to be running deficits 2 or 3 years from now? In other words, what are you projecting looking further out in terms of if this plan in some form is implemented? Are we going to have to be back here 3 or 4 years from now having this conversation again, or next year?
Thank you, Assemblymember. I'll start with, and if the president wants to add to that, we have pretty high confidence that if we stick to this plan, make the cost reductions, which puts us right at where we should be in terms of the cost for a university of this size, and make these investments, we will emerge. This will be a sustainable university. Now, will there be course corrections? Absolutely. You know, a year, 2 years from now, we may discover, as we're implementing things, that one part of this plan didn't pan out as well as we thought it would. So we shift and we go to another part. I mean, not 100% of it may work exactly the way we think it is. But at this stage, we think this is the best approach. The bottom line is the Chancellor's office, Chancellor Garcia, and the system is completely behind the president's plan, and we will not allow Sonoma State to fail in any way, shape, or form. This university will be sustainable. It will offer great programs. It'll become an even better university in the future. We're convinced of it.
Couple more questions just for this initial round. I wanted to ask a follow-up on the new administrative move of implementing the San Francisco Bay Area University Network. So that's Cal State East Bay, SSU, and San Francisco State, purportedly to save money in the future. How is that going to play out? What is the plan to effectuate that? Are there costs associated with it? If so, how much are you allocating for that as well?
Yeah, thank you, Assemblymember, for that question. There will be some one-time cost, like any change that we make in administrative structures. But
do you have a number on that?
We don't have a number at this stage. We just announced this to our board.
I've been told somewhere around $10 million.
I don't think it'll be near that much. I think it'll be much less than that. That's my guess. And the reason I say that is if you look at these three universities that you just mentioned, Cal State East Bay, San Francisco State, Sonoma State, they have all been doing work in this area of looking at these administrative services. And what we and the three presidents of those institutions have agreed is that right now it makes sense, given that all three have these enrollment challenges, it makes sense to consolidate a lot of what I would call the back office functions. These are things like, HR and procurement and accounting and accounts payable and contract and all this stuff that is now done separately. It really makes sense, since they're all part of a system, to do this in one spot. We think we can, we know we can affect pretty significant savings by doing those one time in one spot for those three universities, while maintaining the current, academic character and individuality of those three universities. They'll still be three separate universities. I would say, the vast majority of people won't even know that these back office functions are being done jointly in one spot, because it won't affect student-facing services and classes and academic programs and other kinds of student support.
Final question. You're making much of the fact that there will be a new president search this fall. Is that the time frame
That's
we're
right.
looking at? Will the community have an opportunity to provide input and be involved in decision-making around who the next president would be here?
Yes.
Community, students,
Yes,
faculty.
thank you, Assemblymember. Yes, these searches are really handled by our Board of Trustees, and one of the principles that the board has is that there be deep involvement by the campus whose president is being recruited in that recruitment. So the board will visit Sonoma State. They will ask for broad consultation on what they want as a president, and will be very, very attuned to listening to the campus community here about that new search.
Thank you. Assemblymember Rogers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to start with a little bit of a reframe, because I keep hearing from folks, we have to make the cuts, we have to make the cuts, we have to make the cuts. You're choosing to make the cuts. As I said in the beginning, the CSU system right now has $7 billion in investments. $2.5 billion of that is in a fund specifically for operations. As I mentioned, it's 0.03% of the total investments is what we're talking about here for SSU. So my question really is, if the Chancellor's office believes so much in this comeback plan, why are you not pausing the cuts while you implement the plan to see the recovery and instead lean in and invest in the SSU community?
Thank you, Assemblymember, for that question. There's two parts I want to address with that. First is that as we, over the last few years, because this isn't a brand new set of budgetary circumstances, as the President indicated earlier. This has been going on for a few years. And the Chancellor's office has been deliberately not reducing the campus budget at the same level that the campus demographics have changed or that student enrollment has changed. It's been a very, I would call it a kind of a minimal glide path to reducing costs in a way that does as least damage as possible. That's one part of it. The second part is in addressing the numbers that you were just talking about in terms of things like the system-wide reserves. If you look on the highest 50,000 foot level, you'll see a big number like the one that you just mentioned. If you then go one level below that and see what constitutes that number, there is a lot of it that is in financial aid, that's in construction bonds, that is part of housing, dining service, a lot of entities that the expenditure of those funds is mandated by state law, by statute, by the bond covenants. If you strip those restricted things out of there, what you have left in terms of what the university really has in terms of a discretionary reserve that it actually can direct in a way or another is about $777 million. Now that's still a big number, but that number represents roughly 34 days of the operating budget of the California State University system.
If you don't take in any additional money at the time.
Right. That, I mean, if there's something that happens, and like, let's go back to 2008, 2009, 2010, where suddenly $1 billion vanishes overnight, we could sustain operations. Now, 34 days is essentially, in the scheme of things, nothing, because the Board of Trustees has said that at a minimum, like other universities, the California State University should have 3 to 6 months of reserves in terms of operations. That's a benchmark that the National Association of College and University Business Officers and other institutions use. We are far below that. What we want to be is as responsible as possible, knowing that while Sonoma State University's challenges are formidable and that we're going to deal with them, we also have 22 other universities we have to watch out for. And so we want to keep those reserves at a responsible level and be good stewards so that we can ensure that all of these universities are going to thrive.
So what are you currently using the $2.5 billion for the operations fund on?
The $2.5 billion, well, the money goes across a lot of different purposes. One is financial aid flows through there. we have a lot of what we call auxiliary enterprises, and auxiliary enterprises are things like student housing.
Wait,
Yeah.
really fast. Why
Yeah.
is financial aid flowing through the operations account?
Go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
The federal financial aid is forward funded. And so we receive that, hold that in a reserve, and that shows up on the balance sheet. That is then paid to students during that academic year. So that's why it is in reserve, to meet the obligations of aid awarded during a 12-month financial aid window.
And you hold that in an operations fund for the reserve.
They are financial aid, it is operations. They are flowing to students in the terms of tuition coverage, which is part of operations.
Go ahead, continue.
Oh, so other elements of it are money for paying bond debt on all the facilities that we've taken mortgages out. A lot of it comes in the form of money for housing operations, parking structures, student centers, wellness centers, all these things. And those funds are protected under statute for those purposes. We can't divert those monies to something else and just decide, well, gee, that rather than just using it for housing, let's use it to shore up someone's deficit. We just don't have that legal ability to do that. And if we did have the legal ability, we probably wouldn't want to do it anyway.
All right, I'll have more questions that I'll send over to you. I'd like some more information on the operations account and your investments. You also keep mentioning all of the other campuses that are struggling. I think holistically, one of the questions that we as the legislature have is, has the Chancellor's office just been asleep at the wheel? Or why, and I heard you when you said that a glide path to where we are, path of least resistance or least harm, there's a lot of harm where we ended up by doing all of this at one go. What changes are you making for the other campuses as well? Because we're obviously talking about SSU in sort of one-off years, but we're also talking about the full system.
Very good question. Thank you, Assemblymember. Each campus has, even those campuses that are enrollment challenged, like San Francisco or East Bay or Channel Islands, there's a number of them. They all have different circumstances that create the stresses and strains on their operations. So it's not going to be the same. One campus's issues are going to be very different. So their methodology to correct those things is going to be very different. So we're going to work with, and we have worked with each one of them over the last few years to bring costs down, to establish what are the elements of the campus academic programs and offerings that are going to be the most resilient in this new environment that we're in.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, Assemblymember, I want to add to that. It's a great question and great point. I think one of the elements that is a common theme is the financial impact of enrollment decline. That's not unique to Sonoma State. We've talked about it in other institutions in the CSU, and it's true nationwide. I know Senator Cabaldon, as a scholar of higher education, is very aware of what was considered sort of the demographic cliff, which was projected just based on birth rates 18 years ago or more. That was anticipated across the country to be about a third drop in enrollment over about a 10 to 12, maybe 15-year period. One reality is the pandemic actually created the same level of drop in about 18 months. And that was true for the CSU system as well. We declined by about 30,000 FTE during the pandemic. Now, you've heard, as a system, we are rebounding from that, but that is a significant contributor to revenue challenges across campuses. Now, it didn't play out exactly the same everywhere, but that is a major factor in revenue, is the significant enrollment disruption that was created by the pandemic.
So over the same time period that we're talking about, how has the Chancellor's office budget changed?
The Chancellor's office has been reducing its budget. We are
from what to what?
I can't give you the exact. Well, I can tell you right now because we're doing the planning for this upcoming year. We're going to reduce the current budget as roughly, I think, $227 million for the Chancellor's office. We're going to reduce another $18 million in the coming year. And percentage-wise, that's going to be, a bit more than what the campuses are doing. Now, I also have to just caution all of us that, as we make these cuts to the system budget, the Chancellor's Office budget, it also has an impact on the campuses, because if you look at what the Chancellor's Office does, most of it has to do with providing services to our campuses. And so we want to do this also. We're doing it very carefully because we don't want to do extra harm to the campuses and cause additional costs to the campuses because we're not, fulfilling our mission.
Right, but you have to acknowledge that part of this discussion needs to be about the appropriate ratio between administrators, faculty, and students.
Yes.
And so I hear you when you say that the Chancellor's Office is providing services to each of the campuses, and that's true.
Mm-hmm.
But also when we hear the Chancellor's Office has a budget of 220-something million.
Yes, mhm,
Remind
that's
me what
correct.
SSU's campus budget is?
It's 147 million.
147 million.
That's our operating budget. Our university revenue budget, which is everything that comes in, is 233 million.
Yeah. So I made this comment last time, continue to make it. You're an additional CSU, your office.
You're right. You're right from the standpoint of size. The Chancellor's Office is roughly about 2.5% of the CSU budget if you look at the 23 universities. So it's about 2.5%. And if you look at what we do, what we're funding, so much of that is, well, I'll just take one example, which is kind of a big one in terms of dollars, but data networking, linking all of our students, all of our faculty, staff through networks, hardware, software, diagnostics, cybersecurity, all this stuff we do in the Chancellor's Office because we can do it a lot cheaper than if every one of these 23 universities did it on their own. There are universities, and I won't mention names, but there are
please feel
universities
free.
there are universities out there that I'm very aware of who are very jealous of our ability to cut costs by doing this centrally in the Chancellor's Office and not having every university out there negotiating its own, way of doing a data network and dealing with the security and all these other things. So that's just one example of a lot that, we're providing those services to the campus. All that being said, we are still going to do our part. We are still going to take a very sizable reduction in the Chancellor's Office, and we're going to do our best to shield the campuses from any harm.
No, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm going to say is when one of the main numbers you throw at us is the cost to serve per student on the campus,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have essentially a separate CSU campus that serves all of the students, we're allowed to look there for savings.
Absolutely, and we should, and that's what we're going to do.
Okay. And then I just want to piggyback a little bit on my colleagues' comments around the search for the new president. 2 out of the 3 of you won't be here at the end of the year. And that was one of the things that we have struggled the most with is getting somebody in place who is going to be a permanent long-term fixture to implement this plan really should be a priority. And I know there were reasons that it was paused before, but we're on our 4th in 3 years. That instability works its way all the way down to the local level. And I think what you've heard from the community is that they want somebody who loves this campus and is as invested in this campus as they are to lead this transition. And so I'm going to just say one more time to work if you believe in it.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, don't mean to interrupt, but I will. So just to remind folks, and I don't want to have to remind over and over again because then it ends up taking even more time to remind as opposed to the applause, but we're not this is not call and response, and would encourage you to share with us your voice if you are able to stay till the end for the public comment in lieu of the applause.
And I'll just leave it there. To reiterate, this plan, if you believe in this plan, believe in it, lean in, put investment in, whether it's from your investment portfolio or operations fund, there are dollars that are there. The legislature has allocated them. Put money into SSU, make sure that the plan is implementable, and give people a chance to finish out their careers here, make sure that the athletics programs can continue. make sure that you're leaning in.
Congressman Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The best thing that I've heard since I've sat here today is this in the backyard program, Madam President, that you talked about with Marin. Your backyard's bigger than that. What are you doing in Lake County, in Napa County, and Solano County?
We're doing the same thing.
And
It
what do you have to show for it? It sounds like the Marin thing is cooked, is that correct?
And it took 2 years to cook it because of all the, because of all the lawyers that have to be involved in putting together an MOU. So
So
you
how are we
understand
doing
that.
with the other surrounding
They're,
counties?
they are all in the works. Some of them won't take as long because it varies from place to place and the complexity, place to place. I'm really sorry that Assemblywoman Aguiar-Curry could not be here because I wanted to tell her what we are doing here at Marin County we'll be doing in Lake County because I know that is so important to her. They really differ from place to place because it depends upon the needs of a particular place.
Once you've done the one, the other ones will be easier?
They are, but
So when can we expect to see some success in the surrounding counties?
within 6 months, you will see some success. And some of them will be different because this one is particularly geared toward
Education.
education.
I get it.
We
But can you
need to be
keep it-
doing them for healthcare too. We need to be doing them for sciences as well. In some cases, as we're working with Petaluma, for example, we're working across the board for different students. So it depends upon each district. I've been places where universities have signed MOUs with community colleges and high schools for students to come in, and they were a piece of paper. These are not a piece of paper, just a piece of paper.
Thank you, and I'd appreciate if you would give us some ongoing notices as to how it's going.
Of course.
And, Mr. Relia, you had talked about the combining functions at the different universities, and can you give us more specifics than just the back room stuff? Are we talking about sharing presidents, sharing chancellors? Is the administrative structure going to stay as it is, and you're just going to combine what you refer to as the backroom stuff?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate that question. We're in the early stages of it. We just announced this last month at our board trustees meeting. What we're going to target initially are those administrative processes that do not impact academic programs and student-facing services. So, and examples would be, like any organization, there's quite a lot of structure around HR processes, around procurement, around contracting, insurance, around accounts payable, just a lot of different functions that happened right now independently at the campuses. When we establish a single location for these three universities, Sonoma State, San Francisco State, and East Bay, you will still have three separate presidents. You may have a single structure for those kinds of administrative and business services for the three, but you'll still have separate presidents, separate student affairs, all the other components will be separate, including the academic programs. They'll still have the separate accreditation, separate degrees, everything else stays the same.
Will you provide us with a hard copy of what that plan will look like and what
Yes.
the different functions that will be consolidated
Absolutely.
are and how it plays out across all three campuses?
Yes.
Okay. Will you also give us hard copy on what you're planning to do to consolidate services, reduce services, or or send out to campus
Yes.
services at
Yes.
the CSU.
Yes.
I too brought that up the last time, the fact that you're operating at the budget level of a campus, and you're not educating anybody there.
Right.
So if there's things that can be consolidated, if there's things that can be jettisoned, I think we need to focus on those, and I'd like to see your proposal, or what it is at least you're talking about doing to create those savings.
Thank you.
Will you
It-
submit that to us?
Absolutely, and thank you, Congressman, because that is a passion of mine, and it's something I think we're going to be very successful
Something
at.
else you said when you were testifying, you talked about, somebody asked if we're going to be back here a year from now, and you said, no, we're going to stick to the plan. Is that an admission that up until now there hasn't been a plan?
There's been plans, not this particular plan, but there have been plans that have resulted in significant costs being reduced at Sonoma State over the last few years. And I'm guessing, President Cottrell, we're probably in the neighborhood of about $26 million.
$26.3 million over the 5 years before this one.
But was there not a plan to deal with the demographic changes? Was there not a plan to deal with how the more rural campuses were going to be able to recruit? I know AI is pretty new, but I don't think there's ever been a recruitment effort on this campus.
You are pretty close to correct. And from what I know, what I have been able to uncover in my months here, with lots of help from the system, is that the university did have a plan. And the plan was to take cuts over 5 years. They had voluntary retirements. That should sound familiar. They had lots of different things going on, taking cuts at the edges, also restructuring academic affairs, which saved $1 million. But the university really believed that, I guess the drop in enrollment came on so suddenly, they believed they would grow themselves out of the
Well,
deficit.
how is it that
But that
Chico
didn't.
was able to compensate for that and get their enrollment numbers back up so quickly?
They may have the programs that students are looking for.
So you think it's all program offerings?
Not all program
Have
offerings.
you talked to them to find out what they're doing and how they're doing it?
Oh, yes. Oh,
And
yes.
Did you glean anything from them?
Their programs, it's the way they're doing their recruitment, and the direction that over the last year, 1 year, we've been going with our enrollment management, really being strategic with enrollment and implementing cutting-edge recruitment efforts. This university, for so many years, was what was called an impacted university. There was a waiting list to get in. It surprised everybody. It surprised me because I was elsewhere and thought it was impacted. It surprised everybody when that changed, and because they were impacted, they had not developed a robust recruiting program. Now we have it, but it doesn't change overnight.
Well, Mr. Aurelius, it sounds like that's something that the CSU could be doing. It sounds like you had every campus either doing something else or doing nothing in regard to dealing with the demographic changes. Is there some guidance that you can provide from the CSU that would be helpful?
Congressman, I'm happy to take that. So actually, one of the projects that we're currently working on as a system is a CSU strategic enrollment plan, speaking to exactly as you've described. There's variation across campuses, but there's a lot of knowledge sharing in those that have built robust recruitment apparatus and been able to sustain that. So we're actually, and we're not waiting for the plan to be done. We're investing in that simultaneously. I mentioned the direct admissions pilot that we are going to be scaling statewide now as one element of that strategy. So to your point, we are sort of learning from not only experiences within the CSU, but nationwide in successful sort of turnarounds of enrollment situations. But as President Cottrell alluded to, because the reality is California has had sustained demand for higher education for decades, that this caught many institutions in a situation that they didn't have that structure really built.
I'm getting some real firsthand knowledge about how chaos and systems meltdown work and affect the people that we all care about. And it strikes me listening today that one of the things that we're going to face in the federal government in regard to rebuilding essential programs that are being decimated right now, you're going to have the same problem. Who's going to want to teach at these universities? The same thing, who's going to want to go do research for federal research programs or work for the Veterans Administration if you can't count on robust support to keep the institution going, healthy and moving forward? Is that something that you're thinking about now? Are you concerned about that?
We're very concerned about that. And you mentioned, the role of the federal government in supporting research and what's happening right now. I mean, this is something that we're very, very worried about. And we're doing our best.
I'm pretty familiar with the challenges we're going to face when this gets, when as this goes forward. But I'm
Yeah.
talking about on the campus.
Yeah.
Are people going to want to come and teach at CSU Sonoma, knowing that you're going through this upheaval and there's lack of planning that helped get us there? And
I think when you have here stable leadership, I say this as interim president, that I think the most important thing for the long-term future of this institution is to get stable leadership. And I have seen my role this past year to get the institution ready for a president who is primed to be successful and to carry the story and to carry the mission. And I believe that, yes, you can attract people here. Look at this place. I know you
I
said,
don't
but
think
you
you
don't
have
want
to
to talk about the
convince
place.
any of us.
No,
We
no.
started there, so
Yeah.
we're worried about where it is right now.
I know. I know you are. And so are all of us. And we're doing our level best to get it back to where it needs to be.
Thank you. I yield back.
President Pro Tem McGuire.
Mr. Chair. All right, we're doing all good? Yeah. Good times?
No.
Turn your mic off and
Turn it
on.
off and on.
All right, that's gonna try the old trick.
Unplug, plug in.
I'm gonna roll with your mic, Mr. Chair. All right, hey, look at that. Thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief. I appreciate what the Assembly members, Congressman, the Senator had said. And look, I'm not going to repeat the level of frustration that I have and why we're here, and candidly the lack of engagement by the Chancellor on this issue. And I'm just going to be very blunt about it. But I want to recap about where we started 3 years ago, and then talk about where I think we need to go. Over the last 3 years, the state has invested $680 million in the CSU. Absolutely right, Mr. Vice Chancellor, in regards to ongoing commitments, but $680 million. Then we're looking at year 4, that's $920 million if we go forward with year 4. Year 5, and the enrollment agreement would be over $1 billion. Largest investment in a generation in CSU, along with the UC. Last year, the CSU system came to the legislature, rightfully so, and said we need to be able to push back on the $240 million for the compact deal. Legislature stepped up again. This year, you're coming to us and saying we can't move forward with the $375 million that the governor has proposed. And we need to be able to put back the $240 million for the compact deal yet again for a total of $615 million. Then we go to the plan, and y'all are saying that you can implement science-based majors, health science, public health, clinical lab science, which is, I'm preaching to the choir here, the most expensive majors to be able to launch with $10 million. When I originally talked to the interim president, the $10 million was going to be from fundraising, some from the CSU and from some foundations. Then we hear from the Chancellor's office, it's all going to come from the Chancellor's office. 13 of the 23 campuses are not making enrollment targets. Yet you continue to come to us because overall, you keep wanting us to be able to reverse cuts that the governor wants to make. And for now, I don't know, 3 months into this, I've been incredibly clear about what the system needs to do. And I get you have your own politics where there are campuses that are struggling throughout, but I'm not doing this anymore. And I have yet to hear your strategy about how you get to a three-party agreement this year. Love to hear your strategy.
Senator, thank you very much for your comments. First thing, I want to acknowledge what you said about the investment that the state of California has put into the California State University.
I'm just not going to belabor the point. How do you get to a three-party agreement to adopt the budget? I have been nothing but clear to the interim president, clear to the chancellor about what is needed. How do you get to a three-party agreement? There's three folks that advance the agreement every year: the governor, the speaker, and our office. And I'm going to repeat back what I said. I really do feel that you're taking advantage of us, of myself. And I am done hearing from the chancellor's office. I have other challenges. I have other campuses. Totally agree. Come up with a plan to figure that out. But what's in front of us right now is Sonoma State. So again, I do not know how you're going to get to a three-party agreement when you're going to continue to stonewall. That's what it feels like to me. And I'll let you respond, and I promise I won't interrupt this time.
Thank you, Senator. Well, I don't feel that we are stonewalling. I do feel that we value our partnership with the state to try to serve the students of California. We have an obligation at Sonoma State and the other 22 universities to provide a great academic environment, a pathway to a degree, a pathway to a job, to provide access to Californians who do the work in high school and their community colleges to get here. We've had a time of increased costs like everyone else has, not just in the compensation costs, but energy and everything else. So while those investments in the state have been absolutely critical, they haven't in very recent years kept up with those costs. So that combined with what's going on with this demographic shift has created these budgetary challenges. We feel, if we just focus just on Sonoma State right now, that the plan that President Contreras and her cabinet, with our help, have put together is the path forward to making this a sustainable university and an even better university in the future. Does it have some pain points? Yes, it does, because it does mean making changes, that not all the academic programs that have been here in the past will be here in the future. But I think it is the right plan, and with a careful investment of resources, we will get there. And so my hope is that what we can do is show how valuable having universities like Sonoma
Who are you
State-
showing that to? Because you're not convincing me, you're not convincing us. I'm just being blunt about it. I don't know who you're showing. And again, I'll take this offline and have a direct conversation with you and obviously the chancellor on this. But I don't, again, my original question was, how do you get to a three-party agreement? I don't see that you do at this point. Because right now, Interim President, I know we may have agreed, and I appreciate our conversations, but I've been very clear about where I'd like us to be able to land. What I continue to hear is that that's not doable. But by the way, can you please restore the $375 million and the $240 million? That's not how it works. Mm-hmm. That's a dysfunctional relationship. We don't just do what one side wants. And by the way, this is not like going to bat for a corporation, going to bat for a funded turnaround plan, which in this turnaround plan, it's science heavy, which is the most expensive major. All for it. But I don't understand how you get there. So I think that it's going to take some direct communication, some direct sit down as we move towards this budget and figuring it out, because my points have not changed. Please, Madam Interim President, I don't think I've changed anything that I've said. So I think that look forward to having a robust conversation as we move forward. And we're going to need to start this conversation probably sooner rather than later as we start moving towards finalizing in May, as you all know.
And we look forward to that. We look forward to partnering with you and finding a way forward that makes you proud and makes you confident that this university is on the right track.
It's going to take skin in the game, so thank you.
And we're willing to do that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks to this panel. We're now going to move to the next section of our agenda, which is our community and campus panel. And so I'd like to invite our guests to join us at the table for this discussion. Vanessa Sanchez, the president of the Associated Students, Tim Wendling from the Department of English and the chair there, Catherine Hutchinson from CSU Employees Union president, and Mark Ziemer, the SSU head men's soccer coach, and Harry Hansel from the Hansel Auto Group. Great, thanks. All right, President Sanchez, would you please lead us off?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Does it sound fine? Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. Once again, I would like to thank you for the commitment you've shown Sonoma State with your presence here today. It genuinely means a lot. Again, my name is Vanessa Sanchez, and I'm a fourth-year criminology major with a minor in American Multicultural Studies here at Sonoma State, and I have the privilege of serving as the Associated Students President. With the release of the Bridge to the Future plan by Interim President Kucher, the Associated Students Senate had an opportunity to review the plan and provide commentary. The overall sentiment is that we were disappointed and disempowered by the proposal. There are 6 goals outlined in this plan, all of which we were already aware the university has been committed to from the start. The issue is not the 6 goals listed, but the means of achieving them. For example, the plan discusses recruitment and enrollment through expanded partnerships, direct admissions, and dual enrollment programs in order to reduce its barriers. However, these are areas we knew we needed improvement in and has been a goal of Sonoma State ever since enrollment started to decline and was not seeming to improve. The questions we wanted answered in this proposal were how. How are we going to expand partnerships? How are we going to improve dual enrollment programs? Students are tired of hearing the same empty promises year after year. This is especially true when the proposed plan is estimated to cost around $10 million. $10 million that could have been spent on the educational programs and departments that we just cut or athletics. Again, we do not disagree with the goals in this proposal, but students did not ask for a up in the air could possibly happen goals. We asked for a plan that could show us a directive of change and improvement here at Sonoma State. The Associated Students Senate would have been more than happy to provide suggestions for the proposal. We have even had some members of the administration attend our Senate meetings to clarify any questions or concerns we may have had about the budget cuts or teach-out plans. But the Senate was not asked to provide feedback to the proposal prior to its release. Overall, we continue to be disappointed by the actions taken against Sonoma State. We should be highlighting everything our campus has to offer and encourage students to come here. This is especially important today with our campus's decision day in less than 3 weeks. But it's incredibly hard to move forward when we're constantly picking up the pieces from cuts we didn't make, yet still feel the weight of their consequences every single day. Thank you.
Professor Wendling?
Hello. Thank you again for visiting us and for advocating for our university. You are here to talk about accountability. The Bridge Plan fails. It does not reflect the consultation and creativity that have been offered by each of the threatened programs. It is the same plan repackaged with more buzzwords and vague hopes. We must restore these cuts. Many of us have become convinced that we have an immediate change of leadership is the only way to do this. For 3 decades, we have outside managed us with a lack of support for our core mission. We want to nominate our own candidate for campus leadership and for this leader to be appointed by the Board of Trustees on an interim basis while the search for a permanent president goes forward. At your last visit here, Ezra Chaban described a robust community and campus involvement in the selection of the leaders at our local JC. We need that here now. Let me tell you about a student I taught last year as a freshman. Colette is now a junior, double major in philosophy and English, also serving as my peer mentor. I asked her why she chose us. Her answer, the beauty of the campus and the chance to be at a small campus. Market that and send us more like her. Colette's favorite movie is Dead Poets Society. In that movie, the inspiring John Keating says that while the law and business are noble pursuits, it is poetry and literature that we live for. He makes a compelling case for breadth of learning. Of course, many students want degrees that offer careers, but they also deserve the full breadth of courses that add to the reasons we live, our love of learning and our disciplinary passions. We should not be like Neil Perry's father and tell him that he can't act as Shakespeare's Puck. The tragic ending of that film comes to mind these days when I see our programs threatened with elimination. The admin claims that these changes are budget-driven, but that makes no sense to us. By eliminating these programs, they are adding $3.4 million to this budget crisis. To save money and meet this crisis, we need to cut management costs and overhead. The spending on management has always been frustrating, but now it is devastating. These cuts are an assault on our core mission, wrongly focusing on the choice of major as the only thing that draws students. The Bridge Plan bypasses governance and eliminates programs without proper consultation. These programs exist because they are part of the curriculum approved by our faculty to meet our mission. We have an amazing mission statement, and it's all around these tables for you to look at this gem of a university. The phalanxes of administrators here over the years come to grind out new strategic plans do not get this, as they instead bury us in initiatives and data collection. Look, here's a nice Lego block from a strategic plan a couple of provosts ago. It says sustainability right on the plastic brick. We're very committed here. To save athletics and to restore our academic programs, we need a dramatic change of leadership and a public rejection of these poorly timed cuts and inadequate plans. If we don't, we face disaster. Next Saturday, many of us will be here on campus to welcome prospective students to Decision Day. Colette and other students will be there too, but it's demoralizing to try recruiting students to a campus that is no longer supported by leadership that believes in our core mission. How do we tell students to come to a dying campus life that will no longer include dance, theater, or athletic teams? I am passionate about this place. I grew up poor, but always loved to read. At 18, with few prospects, I joined the Army to get money for school. Eventually, I used that money to earn a BA from UC Berkeley and then a doctorate from Stanford. When I came here in '97, I felt I'd found my home. I stayed. I loved our mission of giving a UC quality education at a CSU price and its proud standing as a fantastic liberal arts public university. I will tell you what I always tell my students, that the teaching and mentoring here is better than those two great universities I attended. Students here get the attention they deserve. Do not tell me that students today can't afford the same exposure to breadth that I did. It is our mission to make access to that kind of student education available to everyone in this region and across the state. It is a false dichotomy to say we must choose between our traditional identity and new majors that will attract students. We can do both here. What makes a liberal arts and science degree great is not buzzwords nor data, it is experiences. Experiences like walking my freshman over to the art gallery to be greeted by an art historian who explained to us the use of lighting and camera angles in a photographic exhibit on migrant workers. Alice Walker extols such experiences. Helped are those who love the lesbian, the gay, and the straight as they love the sun, the moon, and the stars. These devastating cuts deny all of our students the chance to study and to find themselves in LGBTQ courses or to simply love and study the stars in a fantastic physics course. Love is nowhere to be found in the Bridge Plan. I'll conclude with a quote from one of my favorite poets, Percy Shelley, who wrote that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Ideals and vision beget change. Today, my wish for you legislators is that you find the vision to help set Sonoma State back on a path to a future of collective purpose and excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hutchison.
Thank you. As the union representing 35,000 career staff and student workers across the CSU, we care deeply about the university and its future. What happened at Sonoma State was not just a mistake. It was a failure of leadership. It is a case study on how not to run a public university. And may it be a lesson for the leadership at all the other campuses. Management decisions that affect thousands of students and workers' lives must not be made in isolation without robust input from those of us on the front lines. Thank you to our North Bay legislators who heard the outrage from the campus community and took quick action to hold SSU leadership to be accountable. The Bridge to the Future Action Plan from the SSU administration is a start, but it clearly needs more work and more input from the represented employees at CSU. Let us be clear, the CSU is not a corporation and our campuses are not businesses. They are engines of hope, upward mobility, and transformation for Californians. Page 1 of the SSU Action Plan cites the most significant challenges facing the university over the past decade, a loss of 38% in enrollment since 2015, among the steepest enrollment losses within the system. This major problem was documented for 10 years, and yet campus leadership stood by while student support programs were cut, staff were stretched thin, and the campus community was left in the dark. Where was the plan then? These hard questions need to be asked and answered so they are not repeated in the future. The public and the legislators need to know. We wholeheartedly agree with this line from the report. Our recent budget decisions now need to become investment decisions. These investments are going to help recruit students, retain them, prepare them for careers, and keep them in the North Bay to reduce the region's brain drain and create a brain gain. Our core message is this: a strong CSU starts with a strong investment in its people. Successful execution for the goals outlined and the tactics proposed in the action plan rest squarely on human resources. Increasing enrollment by 20%, expanding high-demand academic programs, building campus community by enhancing campus spaces. These steps are smart and strategic, but they require human and financial capital. We serve immigrant families, working-class students, and our dreamers. Our mission is to lift up people to prepare them to be better Californians, not only for jobs, but for full lives of civic engagement and community contribution. California's future runs through the CSU. We need the state to fund Sonoma State, protect it, and strengthen it, not just in one-time funding, but as a long-term commitment to California's future. And that funding must come with a plan, strong oversight, and key benchmarks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Catherine. Marcus Zemer.
My name is Marcus Zemer. I'm the head men's soccer coach here at Sonoma State University. I'd like to thank you guys for having us, for being here, and also your availability has been amazing. I've met with Senator McGuire a couple times. I met with others assistants and really appreciate it. And it shows that you're here to do your job. You obviously deeply care about the community. I've coached here for 36 years, and I also played on the men's soccer team from 1983 to 86. I usually don't advertise that, but I grew up less than a half mile from university. This was literally my playground growing up. And then in addition, my father, Herb Zemer, graduated from Sonoma State with a teaching credential. I coached my three brothers on the soccer team. They played for me, and there's 5 of their kids graduated from Sonoma State. So all told, there's been 10 Zemers that have attended Sonoma State. So to say that we care about the university would be an understatement. I have some prepared remarks, but I just want to go off a little bit, and this is where you're going to pause my time. Luckily, others went a little bit shorter, so I have a little bit extra time, which I appreciate.
No, that's not how that sound works, Marcus.
I'm kidding.
This ain't Congress.
I have a hard time reading anyway, but I just want to make a few comments from the previous panel. First of all, I think it would have been very nice to have the Chancellor here. She's had 2 opportunities to come. I attended a CSU alumni event in Sacramento specifically to try and corner her and try and get a few minutes with her, but she was yucking it up, and she was there with her posse and couldn't get close to her. I did get to spend a few minutes with President Couturier, which my daughters played soccer at Texas A&M, and she went to University of Texas. So once again, saw varsity's horns off. Sorry. Big rivals. So, but I just want to sum up a couple things. First of all, the first panel, I'll just give my 30 seconds to the first panel. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you. That was a very nice question. I appreciate the question. Blah, blah, blah. I think it's just like the comeback plan. It wasn't specific enough, and they were struggling, and I think they showed not prepared, and the decisions were not thought through and done very well. And then also, the CFO said that the Chancellor's office is running lean. I chuckled. Hopefully nobody heard me there, but I hope he realizes that the budget, and you brought it up, is public. It's $220 million, but they're running lean. Sure they are. Just like the California budget, the California legislature is running lean. Our state budget is lean. There's no extra money to save valuable programs. So recruiting, I just want to talk a little about recruiting. And Harvard of the West comes up, Chico. This is why it's super frustrating for me to have watched the decline of this university for the last 10 years. 10 years ago, President Sakaki came in, and the first thing she did was pull the recruiters from Southern California. I wonder why we don't have as many students from Southern California. And for the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor who are providing oversight, we built 3,000 beds on campus, which were full. 10 years ago, we had 9,500 students. The dorms were full. There was a waiting list. There was a time where I couldn't even get student athletes, late student admits into the dorms. We were thriving. And then they pulled the recruiters from Southern California, and the things started to go down. We went to more of a local model. That obviously doesn't make sense. I'll get to that a little bit later. But back to the Harvard of the West. 3 years ago, I talked to Felipe Restrepo, the men's soccer coach at Harvard of the West. I like saying that, Chico. And he had an idea. I'm saying that fully in jest. I hope you understand. He told us about a program coming out of COVID where the coaches got a list of 100 names of students who had been admitted but had not accepted admission. And the coaches called them personally, each one called 100 and tried to recruit them, because that's what coaches do. That's our main thing, is we're recruiters. That's the first thing we have to do, is recruit. And so I thought that was a great idea, and I've offered for 3 years in a row to our admissions department for the coaches to help with the recruiting. I know our athletic director offered as well, and we were never taken up on it, and obviously that would help. So it's been frustrating just to watch this decline, and the admissions has been very difficult to deal with. They haven't been efficient. We compete for student athletes in the athletic department, and we have athletes that we're recruiting that we couldn't get in, or we're struggling to get in, and all of a sudden they're admitted at Harvard of the West or Stanislaus, someplace like admitted easily into their major, whereas we're struggling. They need this, that, late admissions. I could go on and on about stories there. So one question I would have liked for you to ask the CSU representatives is the plan, if the best way to save Sonoma State is to cut athletics, then what about the other struggling universities? Is that the plan, to eventually cut athletics? And does the legislature envision half the CSUs not having athletics? Is that where? I don't think that is. I know I've spoken to some of you personally, and you don't. So that's, I think that would be a question. Do I need to stop, or should I keep going?
Yeah, I know. It's not Schrodinger's time card. If you don't look at it, it still exists.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I've got just a couple things that I'd like to.
Yeah, if you try to wrap up in about 30 seconds or so, that would be great, Coach.
30. So I have a bad issue of time, but so here's one of the biggest things. The comeback plan, I thought, was a little bit of a joke. When you need to recruit students, don't get rid of your best recruiters, your athletes. When you want to build campus community, don't get rid of athletics, where that gives you a sense of pride and it's something for everybody to do. The whole comeback plan is based on local recruiting, which I already talked about. We have 2,000 empty beds on campus. We need to fill those. Local students live at home. They don't live there. And here's the biggest thing, in which I think Sonoma State, in the comeback plan, it states that the cost per student average at Sonoma State is 33% higher than the CSU campus average. Okay, I'm just a soccer coach, but even I can see that it's obviously due to the high number of administrators and managers. And these stats are damning. I wish I had a PowerPoint I could put up there, but Sonoma State has 5,400 full-time enrolled students. We have 168 administrators and managers. Fresno State, for example, has 21,000 full-time enrolled students, and they have 179 administrators and managers. Only 11 more administrators and managers for over 15,000 students. Yet, when they made the cuts, did they cut from the bloated bureaucratic management class? No, they cut from athletics. They cut from art history. They cut from economics. They cut from geology. They cut from philosophy, theater, dance, and gender studies. Obviously, they should bear a big percentage. And then the best thing I heard all day was Assemblyman Rogers, stop the cuts. Don't let an interim president who has no connection to the university, was hired by one of her cronies from the consulting firm to come in, make the cuts, and go back home. She has no connection moving forward. Hire, whether it's Tim Wanling's proposal of somebody from within the university, get a new president, have a transparent budget plan, and then moving forward, then we can figure things out.
All right, Coach. Thank you.
I had a lot more brilliant things to say, but I just had to respond to the current
Sure,
situation.
and the best part of every Wednesday is always whatever Assemblyman Rogers, whatever he has to say. So I'm with you on this. So let's conclude with Henry Hansel from the Hansel Audit Group.
Okay, is
Thank
this
you.
on? Yes, it is.
Definitely is. Thank you.
The beautiful thing about being last is you heard everything already. So I'm just going to recap what I think are really the most important things. First of all, the campus is amazing. This is such an asset to the community. I have a number of graduates that work for me. I've run into a number of graduates as I just introduced myself. How'd you get here? Well, Sonoma State, and then ultimately I stayed here. So it's an asset that we need to make sure is here for not only forever, but also to take this moment, I believe, as a reset, as a time to really figure this thing out. It shouldn't have happened. I heard that from Catherine. There's no question that the information was so well known 10 years ago, and 8 years ago, and nothing was done. And now out of nowhere, we're being told, cut everything. This should have been, we shouldn't be where we are today. Again, I'm going to agree with Congressman, Assemblyman Rogers. We shouldn't be doing this right now. If the plan is going to work, it will work. And there's no reason that we should go so skinny right this moment if the plan is going to work. So I'm going to just take you through some, again, because I heard some of this stuff. In my industry, we use best practices. So people that are doing well, we study what they're doing and then we do it ourselves. That's how we get better. This is the model with Chico State as an example. But I can assure you that there are other universities within the 23 that are doing well. Use it. Practice from it. Learn from that. Again, we've heard so many. I recall when I was very much involved in this university, especially with the Green Music Center, that we had a lot of Southern California students. They were really dominant. Why we stopped doing that, I don't know. There's a lot of college students that would prefer not living or going to school in their backyard. They would rather have that ability to be somewhat remote from their parents. That's normal. So we should get back to that recruiting Southern California. The issue currently with the budget is it's simply simple. It's demand. We don't have enough demand, and so we're working on reducing supply. And that's where the cuts are coming. But here's some statistics. And this is the last 5 years average. Okay, in the last 5 years, average applicants to this university is a little over 16,000 average per year. 13 or so are accepted of that. 1,900 of that 13,400 send a deposit, and only 1,750 show up. So here we have an opportunity of accepted applicants, 13,400, and we only get 1,750. So imagine a smart recruiting effort, how much quicker we can start driving the revenue up. People are missing that. I know we talked about, we're cutting teachers, we're cutting the athletic program, but what's about the support people? Why isn't there some cuts being done from there? We learned that during the pandemic when my industry was non-essential. So we were out of business. We had to figure out how to run our business. And the first thing we really looked at were the support folks. We learned a lot. And then finally, athletics. I think this is really critical. I don't see how we grow enrollment and therefore revenue without an athletic program. I think it will end up hurting us to such a degree we may never get back to the attendance level, the enrollment level that we need relative to balance the books on this university. So thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much to the whole panel. We're going to invite members of our panel to ask questions. My only request to our panel members is to pose the question to a panelist or two, and we're going to try to avoid the, I have a question for everyone. Maybe those are still in the room. You could join us if we can be precise in our questions, and then also ask the panelists to be brief. Let's make this a bit of a lightning round so we make sure that all of our other guests that are here can be heard as well. So you've been name checked a few times. Did you have a question, Mr. Rogers? Other than that, you appreciate the feedback?
Yeah, I mean, I think more it's going to be a comment. What I think is really remarkable, and I can talk about this in our closing after we hear from folks, is sitting in front of us is representatives from students, from faculty, from staff, from athletics, and from community members, all who are talking about how they've lost faith in this administration. And I think it's something that the Chancellor's office should take note of.
Questions, please? Assemblymember Connolly.
Well put. Go with the question of Vanessa. So goal 5 of the 8-pager, enhancing community engagement and service. Tactic 2 says engage associated student government to develop an understanding of student needs from the community. Good words. What would effective and ethical engagement look like to you?
Proper funding. We can't do what we do in associated students without the proper head count. We've already had to cut $100,000 from our budget, and that alone decreases the amount of engagement services that we can provide our students in order to enhance their livelihoods here at Sonoma State.
And then maybe to the group, one other question. What are some of the top qualities you would like to see in a new permanent president at SSU? Tim, do you want to start out?
Sure. I think the one thing that is really necessary to do is to reframe this thing that I keep hearing, that we're not doing well. We are doing well. We are excellent. Listen to the people who were here last time, those students, those alums, and those community partners. I want a president who understands that what we do here at Sonoma State is excellent. And the number of students that we have here isn't the key issue. It's great to think about how we can enroll more students. What is the ratio of the cost to run the university to the actual number of students? They need to understand that lecturers are considered fungible and can be sort of let go if we don't have enough courses. But they don't seem to have a plan for letting themselves go when we have too many managers, when we used to have 10,000 students, and now we have 5,500 or 6,000. You know, we need somebody that can develop a flexible management system to adapt to the excellent education that we are providing and to stop saying that we are failing. We need somebody to put a positive message. Hey, students, come here. We're doing great. Listen to the students who were here last time. You'll hear them again today. So I want a positive president who values what we do here.
I'm at CSU Channel Islands, but I will speak for staff in saying that I actually think the presidential search needs to be thrown out and redone. It is handled all by the Board of Trustees. They only put one or two staff members on the committee. It's confidential. The community engagement, even if they have it at the campus, it's come as some questions, but the decisions are not made by us. It's made by a committee, and then it's approved by the Board of Trustees. So I would like to see the presidential search so this community can actually say this is who we think would be the best person to lead our campus.
I would like a president that is able to be effective and take the university in a positive direction without a $34 million administrative budget, that could work leaner and is comfortable making cuts from their own department, and rather than just putting it downhill to us commoners.
I'll be simple. We just need a leader. We need someone that's engaged at all levels of this campus, whether it's students, administration, professors, the community, just a flat-out leader that we can all just love being around and get motivated by.
I just wanted to highlight that in my single term here as president, I have gone through 3 different presidents. I have seen Dr. Lee, I've seen Dr. Evans, and I've seen Dr. Couture. And throughout that entire time, the Associated Student Senate has mentioned that all we crave is consistency. If you say that you're going to implement a presidential surge, then do so. When Dr. Lee when he retired, respectfully, So when that happened, I had actually reached out to the Chancellor herself to ask if we could engage in a conversation about what were the next steps and what was going to happen, because commencement was just right around the corner. Once she found out what I wanted to talk to her about, she ghosted me. And that to me is completely disheartening, especially when I had just entered my role as AS president, and this was something that the Chancellor herself should have called me about.
All right, Congressman. Wait, he's not there. Did you have a question? Senator McGuire.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you again for being here. Madam President, talk to us about what you're hearing from students. Right? We talked a lot about how challenging it's going to be, one, to retain, and then two, to be able to recruit. If you can give us on-the-ground information about what you're hearing from students and what the turmoil has meant to the student body.
I think the student body continues to be upset. I think they have waves of hope that drop and then goes back up, and then just it completely cycles through. And I think just our board in general, we discuss a lot about what engagement is going to look like on this campus, because now, I mean, Associated Students has really only ever had to think about the students that we currently have on this campus, but now, because those are the students that we serve, but now we're worried about the students who are coming in because we don't see enough of them. And to be quite frank, it's a real struggle to consistently see people show up for public comment at my Senate meetings and cry about how they're losing their sports, they're losing their programs, and they don't know where to go or who to turn to. And that in itself is our student body, that is our Senate that they can turn to, but we were not equipped to handle all of the turmoil that this decision was going to make.
Thank you, Madam President. My last question is for President Hutchinson. Thank you for being here. Madam President, the Executive Vice Chancellor was right in regards to there are other campuses that are impacted with declining enrollment and having fiscal issues within their specific site. We heard it's Maritime, Humboldt, Channel Islands, East Bay, and San Francisco. And while we are very focused, obviously, on Sonoma State today, that has, candidly, the largest fiscal challenge, obviously there's going to need to be greater focus on picking up enrollment at those issues, because what we know is that 13 out of the 23 campuses within the CSU system aren't meeting targets. So as much as we are focused on that, I don't want to speak for the body, but I think I can on this, and looking for nodding heads, that if the Chancellor's office were to come to the legislature on a plan for those that are most acute, I think that's something that we'd be very much in favor of reviewing, because we need a thriving, as the chair so eloquently stated, we need a thriving CSU system for the next generation. Your thoughts on that in regards, especially looking at those most acute and needing additional turnaround plans and assistance?
Yes, I'm at one of those. I'm at CSU Channel Islands as a staff member there. And we would appreciate that those, because what we were told at our campuses is that our budgets were cut to help those campuses that were impacted, like San Diego State and SLO. So for me, the focus should be on the affected campuses. How can we help them get up? Because you've taken money from us to already help those campuses. We don't understand why there wasn't a pause. Knowing that this cut was coming, I appreciate everyone on this panel. Last year, we came, CSU, you came and advocated really hard to keep those cuts from happening. You guys did it, and then there was no preparation for what came now, except for cuts. And so we're trying to figure out how we can increase enrollment at these campuses when our budgets have been cut already by the Chancellor's office, and now it's going to be another cut because the state budget's coming. So we would appreciate, what we've been saying is asking for turnaround plans from all of those affected campuses, but those plans should include input from all the stakeholders, including staff and students and the legislature.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, thank you to our panel of 3 presidents, a coach, and a chair. Very much appreciate you sharing your insights and perspectives, and please stick around, and we're looking forward to.
Could I say one thing?
Sure, Coach.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm sorry. I just want to say from an athletic standpoint, the decision has to be made soon. And for not only for players transferring, if we're out of the NCAA, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars that come back and plus probation. So I just want the urgency. The academic programs have a little bit more time, but I really appreciate you being here.
Can you drill a little bit more into the time frame?
Yeah. Well, we have right now for the conference schedule, we're a California-wide conference. So the Southern California schools need to book their plane tickets to come up here in the fall. The longer we wait, the more of a budget impact that is on them because their plane tickets will be higher. If it was a normal year, I would have had my plane tickets at least a month ago. Second of all, here it's a desirable area to come in the fall. It's difficult to get inexpensive hotel rooms. So the longer they wait to book hotel rooms during the crush and everything, it's gonna be very expensive. So the conference schedule right now, we're not on the conference schedule because the president filed a letter telling the CCAA that we're going to withdraw. So they're sitting on that. I spoke to the commissioner last week. They don't want us to go. They know we're the canary in the coal mine. Second of all is the NCAA. That deadline is June 30th. If we get dropped from the NCAA, it's literally hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly more, and we have to go on probation. We won't even be an official member. We have to re-enter just like anybody. So that's kind of the time frame that we're looking at.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much to the panel. We are now going to go to public comment, and it's not anybody's first rodeo. I see everybody's already lining up at exactly the right locations at the two stand-up microphones, and so we're going to ask folks to limit their comments to no more than a minute. And keep in mind, today our focus really is on follow-up and next steps. Many of you provided testimony on the impacts of the cuts and their devastation and the rage at how that was done at the last hearing. That is very much on the record, and it's in all of our minds as well. And so you don't need to repeat that again. So if you would please focus to the extent that you can on next steps and follow-up and the Bridge to the Future plan, if you can. We're going to hear from everybody once, so please don't go back in the line again. And then we also need to make an estimate of how far into the evening we'll go at each point. And so, although it's not necessary at this moment, we would ask that to the extent that it's physically possible for you to join the line. I think last time we thought we were three people away, and then we had another 50, which makes it more challenging for us to figure out how to manage the flow. So with all of that, but if standing is a challenge for you, please don't do it. We just need to get a sense of the overall flow. So with that preamble, and our staff is right in front of you to help you with time and to keep us moving. So why don't we begin here on the right side of the room. Welcome, and thanks for joining us.
Hi. Is this on?
It is.
Hear me? Okay. My name is Emily Clark, and I'm a tenured faculty member in the Department of Modern Languages who is being laid off. Language learning should be a part of the university experience to help create global awareness, facilitate communication, and prepare students for careers. Cuts to Spanish at SSU will leave the program with only Spanish program with only 2 faculty members total. That will probably not be enough to run a program long term and will create programmatic instability. These cuts go against the mission of this university, which should be focused on teaching and learning. In the administration's Bridge plan, they mention responding to the North Bay community's needs. Having a robust Spanish program is an essential part of responding to workforce needs in Sonoma County and in the state of California. The Spanish program provides a space for students where their Spanish is valued and they can practice and prepare for future careers as bilingual professionals. These layoffs don't make sense and go against our values and ethics. Please stop the cuts.
Thank you. And over on the left side.
Yeah, thank you for being here. What we haven't talked about yet and what is not in this 9-page plan is that we have an identity. We're a co-black school. We're a public liberal arts college. When I was hired here, that we were supposed to be the posh campus. There's not a word of that in there, nor is there the word liberal arts in there either. In 9 pages, not once. But today, I want to say something else because I just found out that the English department is going to be moved out of its current offices into the offices of its WGS colleagues, and I'm disgusted. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I would like to say something that addressed to the legislator. Number one is that you speak about enrollment, in terms of like increase of enrollment. I want to actually say that teacher ratio in our tumultuous world in which that there are fewer and fewer children being born, more education should be emphasizing on higher, like lower student-teacher ratio, so that the few people who were born are really being valued and they feel that they are being nurtured. Because one person not educated or undereducated is a great waste of human resources and also investment from the state, right? And number two will be to the administrator. I hope that you look at your own job and think about how important it is for young working class youth to get education that are affordable. And then remember that you can find your job or you could find out a retreat where they have nowhere to go.
Okay, so you may know whenever we have applause, the next speaker pauses for that to occur. That's how the time adds up. And so I know it feels very human to want to support one another, and the support is very live in the room. It's very felt. So I would just ask that we refrain from that so that we can make sure that everyone can be heard at a timely basis. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for being here. Excuse me. I also wanted to comment on the importance of keeping a liberal arts identity here at Sonoma State. It's wonderful to create new programs in data science and health sciences, but we are intended to be a liberal arts university. And I say this not only as a professor, but also as a taxpayer and a voter, but also, most importantly, as a parent of an 8th grader who's going to be attending Petaluma High next year for the first time for 4 years. And I don't know how I'm supposed to tell her or tell the other families at Petaluma High to come to Sonoma State to study health sciences when you can't also study ethics or the economics of the system in which our healthcare system operates, or to have future teachers come here without being able to study geology, for example. These are programs that have a function, even if the program itself doesn't have the highest number of majors. Overall, they are part of an ecosystem of education that needs to stay integrated. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Don Romsberg. I'm the chair of Women's and Gender Studies, and I oversee the Queer Studies minor here. And we know that WGS and Queer Studies exemplify career workforce development in this new priority area that the administration has added to this new plan, social work. We know that many MSW programs across California have told our graduates and our faculty that it's their training in women's and gender studies that makes them excellent social workers and provides those kinds of direct social services to our community for the most marginalized in our community. So we don't understand why the administration will cast us aside to hire new faculty in a newly imagined social work program when we already have this kind of excellence here. The Bridge to the Future reminds me of something that is canonical to women's and gender studies, which is the 1981 book, This Bridge Called My Back, by feminists of color. And I feel like we are the back that this bridge is being put upon, and I think that we should be walking with it and building it into the future with all of you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Armand Galinsky. I was professor of business, entrepreneurship, and strategy, and founding director of the wine business program from 1994 to 2023. I find it very ironic that after all these acting presidents, they're closing the theater arts and dance department. Maybe we need to bring that back so we have more actors as presidents. When I was a little kid, I took my daddy's shovel and I dug a big hole in the backyard, and Daddy came out and said, "What are you doing, Armando?" And I said, "Well, I'm digging a hole to China." And he said, "Well, what are you going to do when the hole gets so large you can't climb out of it? And then what are you going to do with the big pile of dirt next to the hole?" I never thought about that, and it wasn't until I got a college education that I began to think about the difference between having a big pile of dirt, which I think this plan is, and having a big hole that I couldn't climb out of, which is also what this plan is about. Happy to go on a ride along with any member of this community to raise money, recruit students, spread the word about the wonderful, wonderful family of Sonoma State. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mallory Field. I'm a double major in Women's and Gender Studies and Psychology. WGS doesn't just impact the community, it is community impact. For over 20 years, this program has built pathways for student careers and direct service to the region, with over 30,000 hours of volunteer work. We support crisis centers, LGBTQ+ services, and organizations for survivors and undocumented communities, because our curriculum requires it. The Bridge to the Future plan calls for more career-based learning and community engagement. That's exactly what WGS already does. Why would we eliminate a program that is the blueprint for what this administration says the future plan should look like? President Couture said SSU's past reputation was, quote, an ivory tower, too disconnected from our region. WGS is evidence that that doesn't hold true. It connects the classroom to the community, and it connects students to futures built on justice, empathy, and leadership. So why are we burning that bridge? Save WGS and fund our futures.
Thank you.
Hi, I was told to speak from my heart, so that's what I do, even though I took notes as a student. I beg, please, please pause these cuts. They ruin lives. I'm a first year here. And as anyone with a college education knows, your first year's the hardest. I know this I am a first generation in my entire family to go to college, and I made it here. And I want to tell my little sister she can go here too. Yet, I can't. I went to my high school just before the cuts were announced, and I told them, please, still go to Sonoma. I have hope. Please cut this. Cutting will not save the school. You're just scaring future students away. I'm a theater major and I know you need butts and seats. You need enrollment. But scaring them away won't help. You don't fire your faculty and put your students away. Sorry. This is a liberal arts school with no liberal arts. What is a student supposed to do when they can't go see a show at a theater or go to a sports game? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Kate Boatman. I'm a biology major here at SSU with a minor in Women's and Gender Studies. I feel that we have been lied to, as we were told that a solid and reliable teach-out plan was going to be provided to us, but yet only 4 Women's and Gender Studies classes are being offered next semester, and none of which help me to complete my minor. As such, I'm forced to take summer classes, which I cannot afford to complete this minor. Clearly, we are not being taught, but rather pushed out. And President Couture directly claimed in today's meeting that they want to do what is best for this college, yet the college is nothing without its students and instructors, and every single student and professor here is being screwed over. The board of CSU is not doing what is best for the students or faculty at Sonoma State, but rather what is the best and easiest solution for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sheen Tadakoro. I had 2 choices when I came here. I could either go to Berkeley for architecture or city planning, and I chose this institution because it was affordable, and I knew that I would have more interactions with my professors. But I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed in the cuts. I'm disappointed that the decision to make the cuts is allowed. It is allowed. Let's be clear. There is no rule against it. The Chancellor and the President decided that. We must have democracy. We must have accountability. Empathy should be policy. You are mad. You are mad at the front because management is bad. We are mad because you all have all the control, and especially to the admin here. If you have any compassion, your first instinct should be to empower students to make decisions, not empower yourself.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah McAvoy, and I am a junior political science major. I did not plan on speaking today, but when I heard about this grandiose saving grace of this pathway from the partnership with Marin County, I felt it was necessary to speak because not only am I a student here, I'm dual enrolled at College of Marin, and I can tell you right now, I am actively involved in the student community there, and nobody wants to come to Sonoma State, not even with these pathways. And I just had to speak to say that this effective pathway for enrollment is not a plan, it's a sham. And the only way that student enrollment is going to be boosted is if you stay the budget cuts. That's the only thing that's going to build confidence within the school. And if this administration has so much confidence that these plans will boost enrollment so much, then stay the cuts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Sullins. I'm from the philosophy department here at Sonoma State. And I wanted to point out that Sonoma State has the dubious honor of being sued by some of its own students. And those students are interestingly represented by past alumni of this university. They come from the philosophy department's pre-law program, a very successful pre-law program. I'm very proud of them, but I hate that they have to be employed against us in this way. Philosophy majors are the highest mid-career earners outside of STEM. And why would we be wanting to cut a department like this that is producing quality professionals? Are our students not the kind of people that we want to be those kinds of professionals? Quantity of majors is one metric, but so is the quality. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Janice Phillips. I graduated last May with my bachelor's in psychology, and I am now in the middle of my master's degree in education that has a focus in curriculum teaching and learning. All of my research at Sonoma State is about a student's sense of belonging in public schools. It is about community, it is about identity development, it is about empathy. That is what I learned here at Sonoma State University. And now in the middle of my graduate degree, they're abandoning me. They're abandoning my community. They are marginalizing the most marginalized here at the university. And it is making me wonder, what will my degree stand for when I'm finished? It is tainted by the abandonment and this switch in ideology away from student-centered to being administration-heavy.
Thank you.
Hola. Hi, my name is Marta Valdez, and I have 2 kids. When I started my education plan, I was just a mom who didn't want to be just washing dishes and clean the house and waiting for the kids. That's what I decided to have an education plan. Now, I am close to finish I already graduated for sociology, and I have a minor in political science. But I was having a dream that I can pursue a master's degree here in Sonoma State. But what happened? Sonoma State pauses the program. Now, it pauses the program for my kid. I have a beautiful baby boy who is 11 years old, who is special needs. He loves to dance. But now I know Sonoma State closed the dance program. So for my 19 years old daughter, I don't know what is going to be in her education future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Nicholas Jankarik, a wine and viticulture business student, and I must state the importance of programs. Programs on the chopping block such as German, French, and Spanish are vital languages to learn in the wine world. Furthermore, the discontinuation of these programs stifles the growth of the local wine industry. I have a friend who's next in line in Sonoma State, or Sonoma area, who's going to be running a winery here. And she chose to go to Cal Poly instead because of the, unstable conditions at Sonoma State and the cutting of programs. We cannot lose future innovators to these unsecured conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel this bridge plan, the funding seems so small. Only $10 million to save the university. I'm really surprised the Chancellor's office couldn't kick in $10 million at some point in the last few years to save us. Our funding on administrators is so large, it's like $34 million a year total compensation. Monterey Bay, which is barely larger than us, they spend $14 million less per year on administrators than us. If we added that $14 million to the $10 million, then we have some decent amount of money we could use to actually bridge the future.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matty Mukherjee, laid off faculty.
Let me begin by affirming that all the departments and programs slated for elimination are important to the liberal arts identity of SSU. However, at this moment, I'm speaking specifically to advocate for the geology department. The Bridge to the Future plan emphasizes preparing students for our region's workforce and aligning academic programs with local employment opportunities. The geology department already fulfills that mission. Our graduates have essentially 100% employment rates, and the demand for their expertise in this community is only growing. The geology department majors contribute directly to the critical sectors of our regional economy, from energy, which we heard about in the last public hearing from Sonoma Clean Power, critical minerals resources, disaster preparedness, clean drinking water, building infrastructure, buildings, bridges, roads, environmental consulting and remediation. These roles are essential for the well-being and resilience of our community. We are now more than ever, our region needs the skills and expertise that SSU Geology and Earth and Environmental Sciences majors provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Evelyn Harding, and I'm from Southern California. When I was applying for college, I went to my school's college fairs, I talked to recruiters, and I put myself out there to find what college would be good for me and what college would want me to go there. I only found out about SSU because I compiled a list of every single college in California to see which university would fit my needs best. And SSU was one of, if not the top university on that list. When I told people I was going to Sonoma State, their first question was, what's SSU, or where is that, or I've never heard of that college before. I had educators and counselors ask me, what is SSU? This institution needs to put more into recruiting, and to do that we shouldn't be cutting athletics and academics. We won't gain any interest by cutting programs and crushing dreams. And that absolutely sucks, because SSU is a great university. I know so many people back home who would have loved to come to SSU, but they couldn't because they didn't know about it. I know people who were considering SSU because I pitched it to them, and now they can't because their program is cut and their athletic program is gone. We need to save our programs to garner interest, not cut everything out of the equation and hope for the best.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackson Kaiser. I am a major in the Department of Geology. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for reiterating several times that the path forward needs to include a pause of the previously announced cuts. I would like to say I find the title of the university's plan ironic, because you would only build a bridge without geologists if you don't care if that bridge fails. To quote Christina Wong, president of the California Board for Professional Engineers, Land Surveyors, and Geologists, the closure of this department represents not just the loss of an academic department, but a blow to workforce development, public safety, and environmental stewardship. The facilities available to the students, including scientific equipment, numerous geological samples, and the stellar faculty who have successfully rebuilt their program following the COVID pandemic, should outweigh short-term costs, especially in a state that faces rapid geologic changes from earthquakes and climatic stressors. I don't have the time to discuss more about the importance of geologists in the safety and welfare of the community, but I urge anybody who's interested to attend the John and Louise Riley Seminar Series in Darwin Hall, room 128 this Thursday. Our guest speaker will be Dr. Suzanne Hecker, a recently retired USGS geologist who will be presenting about geohazards related to the Rogers Creek Fault that runs through Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Amjadi. I thank you for providing me with the chance to speak again and for all of the care and attention this panel has shown our campus. Growing up, my grandfather would often tell me that a ship without a lighthouse is doomed to get lost at sea. He didn't come up with that metaphor, but it always stuck with me and has been a reminder throughout my life that a sense of direction is always important. Part of that sense of direction is getting your priorities straight. Here's another metaphor. If you find someone bleeding to death on the street, the first and most crucial priority is simply to stop the bleeding. Questions about who did what to who and a timeline of events, prevention of further violence, they're all important, but they come second to keeping the victim alive. In either metaphor, we at SSU find ourselves either sinking or bleeding. I don't mean to sound snide, but neither option is acceptable to us. What matters now is that we stop the bleeding. That is priority number one. With that said, I call, first and foremost, there has to be an infusion of as much support into the SSU as possible. We need to stop the cuts. I think, 60 days, the past 60 days, as far as I've seen, haven't brought much progress. I ask that in the next 60 days, we don't spend it in vain and we stop the bleeding.
All right, thank you.
My name is Michael Cullinan. I'm the president of the local CSEU chapter. I just want to thank all of you again for your presence here and your advocacy for this institution and for the CSU in general. There's a profound difference between leadership and rule. Leadership involves embracing self-sacrifice to serve a broader community. Rule demands that that community sacrifice for the gain of the ruler. In the CSU, we do not have leadership, and this needs to change. Please remove the people that are ruling and replace them with people that will lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Vanderspeck. I'm a first-year acting and communications double major. I was not planning on speaking today, but I just wanted to come and say that I've been trying to cram as many classes as I can into my first semester, and I will have 62 units at the end of this semester, which means I will qualify for the teach-out plan that I was promised. I was promised a 2-year teach-out plan. When you go to the Theater Arts and Dance teach-out plan, you want to know what you'll find? 4 classes for theater next semester, and that's it. You want to know what they say for dance? Find another university. They're offering nothing. So even if you're going to cut all our programs, you promised a 2-year teach-out plan, and you did not give us that. And there's no way we can do what we can with the scraps of the education that you're still offering us when you're not offering it to us. That's it.
Thank you.
Is this thing on? Okay. My name is Gwen Williams. I'm majoring in political science, exploring a decision to minor in sociology. This budget rebound plan is nothing short of a dumpster fire. This is pure politics. I went to Santa Rosa Junior College for 2.5 years before transferring here, one of the top community colleges in the state. They manage their resources a lot better because their leadership comes directly from their community and students, which is nearly 5 times that of SSU's enrollment. Some of my friends at the JC are now rethinking about transferring here. What does that tell you about the SSU admin and, to quote a particular convicted felon, their concepts of a plan? Carpetbagger Couturier said earlier that she saw what SSU was doing with Marin County's program and plans. Excuse me, she was not in Marin County. She was back in Texas, where frankly, I think Couturier's leadership belongs. With that, I yield back.
All right, next up.
Hello, thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Birch. I'm chair of the Communication and Media Studies. I've been here for over 25 years. I am not losing my job, at least not today. I am here basically to tell you, kind of like you have to talk to, like daddy and mommy and say like, he hit me. I didn't do it. We've been hearing about that the faculty have been consulted about these plans. That's a lie. That's false. I'm on the Senate. I go every 2 weeks to hear what's going on. I follow everything I can follow, and I was completely unaware of this plan until it was published, till it came out. So it's disingenuous, and I appreciate that you have noticed that. And so I just want you to know the faculty are not being consulted in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin McAllister, and I want to thank you for being here and for your passion to this school. Despite the Dodger hat, I grew up here in Sonoma County and attended SRJC. I'm a master's student in the history department and a part-time instructor at the library. Both my program and my job are being cut. While I'm devastated by the loss of the history MA program, I'm here to talk about the library. We are a key service here on campus, especially with so much misleading information in the world. At a meeting we had with the president and provost, we asked how we were supposed to continue research instruction with deeply limited instructional abilities, and we received a response with no answer. We need to strengthen institutions that support students to encourage them to come and improve enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the Dodger hat explanation at another time, but thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm a third-year political science major, and there's a lot I could say as a Southern California resident who came here about how I never even knew what SSU was until I opened the CSU website. But I want to focus on the future. And, you know, as a political science major, the past few months have been hectic, with certain decisions coming from Washington, but I think back instead to the 1980s, where in the United Kingdom and here, we saw massive cuts to social programs. And I think about what we have today with other cuts. And in the federal government, when you make those cuts, you don't just get rid of that one person. You get rid of that person and everything they learned from their mentor and the mentor before that and all of the years going and everything they could teach to the next people coming. By cutting not only the lecturers and faculty here, you're not getting rid of their experience, but all of the previous person's experience and all of the students they could teach. By making these cuts, you're taking a hole and deciding the way we'll get out is digging deeper. You don't dig deeper, you have to start getting up. So you don't make cuts, you build up. Thank you, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Emma Glavin. This fall, I will be starting my Master's of Social Work at USC. I only got into that program because I am a Women and Gender Studies student at Sonoma State. Social work was only something that I was inspired to pursue through my education here in Women and Gender Studies. I find it incredibly short-sighted to cut Women and Gender Studies a key pathway to social work when it is such a need in the Bay Area, especially when a goal outlined in the Bridge to the Future is to provide this area with employees who meet community needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jake McKenzie, Mayor Emeritus of the City of Rohnert Park, and represented here by two of my legislators. I'm here to say that Sonoma State University is more than just a liberal arts university. And my experiences over the past 30 years as a citizen activist, as an elected official, as a regulator, as someone who's dealt with water policy, transportation, and also been unused to speaking for just 1 minute, I'm here to tell you that it is extremely important. You just heard from the geologists. I'm on the State Water Resources Control Board. We have geologists there. I've been working over these years with the environmental planners, with chemists, with other scientists, and I have 10 seconds left. So I was pleased to hear your words this afternoon and pleased to remind you that the neighbor here is Rohnert Park, an integral part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Kim Steemack, and I'm here as mom. Jess Steemack is the assistant coach for men's and women golf, along with Coach Val and a volunteer coach, Bill. They're all down in Turlock, so I'm here as a mom, but talking about what they're doing. I would like to say thank you for coming with your whole heart, because that's how we operate. And you see how all the caring here is with the heart. So what I've been able to witness, I've also been a fundraising mom since grade school. So we were not given the opportunity to gather our forces to fundraise. We have pulled together sources to try and fight this. So please give us a chance to do that. We'll do that. And I'll also like to say with the kids that are on the team, they're right now in second place down in Turlock, and one of our players is tied for first, so tied for second. So through this, I've seen their caring and love that their coaches have given to them, said, no, it's okay, we can do this, and they're doing it, and they're keeping on doing it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Javier Guzman, and I'm a former prune picker from Hillsburg, California, and proud of it. My parents were farm workers. They told the soil all their lives, and they added to this economy here. And I just want to let you know that Sonoma State made some firsts in this community, in this entire community of Sonoma County. First bilingual broadcasting station in the nation. First farm worker health services clinic in Hillsburg, California. First Escuelita Calmeca immersion school in Windsor, California. And the first farm worker housing, sweat equity housing program in Windsor. And if after 20 years in the state health department, I can tell you this much. What we need here, we revolutionized healthcare because we introduced expanded access to primary care. People couldn't get a doctor. Sonoma State expanded access to proper educational services.
Thank you.
Hi, I want to start by thanking you guys for coming back and for being here and taking the time to do so. I feel that it is important that I emphasize that this campus is facing an existential threat. I'm an embedded tutor, and that just means that I tutor for in one classroom specifically. And in that classroom, only 1/3 of our students are deciding to continue into next year. Among those that are leaving, plenty of them are not athletes, plenty of them are in majors that are not cut. They just don't believe in this system anymore. And we're almost done with the semester, and attendance is abysmal. Students are giving up. Thank you. Registration week is next week. That reputational harm that you guys have mentioned, soon it's going to be realized and made concrete. This situation is a time bomb, and we're running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Eos Aurora Mahasin. I'm here getting a teaching credential, and I want to just bring to mind the Chinese characters for emergency, our risk and opportunity. I see this, I was invited to the Copeland Creek Corridor Workshop in February, and this is an opportunity for Sonoma State University to take the lead and become a beacon campus for a new career and CTE program from high school into community college career training all the way up into degrees, and Sonoma State could be the designator of credentials, curriculum, standards, etc., of environmental adaptation professionals. We need it badly. We need a trajectory that will address climate, ingratiate our species with the natural world, and allow the children to have a pathway to a beautiful future and to feel like they have a way to actually create a beautiful future on this planet. I see Sonoma is positioned beautifully to build that reputation, to actually stand for something as a new campus that can lead California and the nation in a way to build environmental adaptation.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Benjamin Zemer. I'm a men's assistant soccer coach. Mark Twain famously wrote that he made idiots for practice, and then he created school boards. I don't think he intended that as a challenge. I won't say what he said about politicians. And I'm actually greatly encouraged with the group that I see in front of me and seeing engaged local politicians that truly I have hope for the future when I see you up there. And I can't say that about most politicians as a poli-sci major at this campus. I feel bad for President Couture. My brother ran into her the other day. He said she looked extremely stressed, and he shared his thoughts, and I really feel bad. I cannot for the life of me understand how people felt it was a good idea to email us firing people and telling the students while they're in classrooms. And that alone disqualifies, for me, anything that follows them. I hope that you engage this community like it has engaged now, and that you let us all have a part of building back this beautiful campus, this beautiful university, and bring it back to where it belongs. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Hello, I was accepted and intended to enroll at SSU last fall. I did not enroll because the resource that I needed was cut without any notification. I hadn't planned to speak today, but I think that everyone is missing a key point. The world is changing, and that change is causing serious challenges for the higher education. I recognize that, but the community is getting hit as well. New technologies and new ways of doing business are leaving large portions of the population behind. Every solution mentioned today has been focused on recruiting traditional students. Most of the people in this community are not 18 to 20-year-olds, and we need to continue to learn to keep up. So why are you ignoring us? The world is changing faster than it ever has before, and continuing education is how you keep up. What I learned at the Santa Rosa JC is that education is transformative. Education is the answer in an uncertain world. So please help us, and in doing so, you can help yourself. I'm tired of being told I don't know why we're doing it this way, and I don't know who you can talk to. Stop making plans and go out and talk to people. Recruit people now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ayana Lowry. I'm a second-year criminal justice major. I wanted to come here and say that athletics are more than games. They're where we unite, where we find pride and belonging. For many of our only students of color, they're a gateway to opportunity and inclusion. Cutting them sends a clear message about who matters and who doesn't. Eliminating majors isn't a scheduling change. It's a punch to the gut to students who found purpose, passion, and mentors in those programs. It's a blow to faculty who have dedicated their lives to teaching, guiding, and inspiring. This place is built on people, students, educators, and the programs that give it life. This is more than numbers. This is about who we are. And if we let this happen, we lose more than programs. We lose each other. You cannot build a bridge to the future if you tear out the foundations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming. We could not be more grateful. You had to endure 3 bullshit geysers, but the greatest bullshit of all, which is manifested in the Bridge to Nowhere, is when the CSU told you that the liberal arts aren't a viable concern for the population that CSU serves. Liberal arts, the hidden curriculum of the liberal arts is leadership training, critical thinking, abstract thinking, interpretive thinking, how the world works and how we make sense of it. The elite liberal arts schools are filled. There's plenty of demand for this training, which you can make use of in any career. And the population that the CSU serves deserves liberal arts leadership training.
All right, thank you. Just for a quick time check, so if you're here and you intend to testify, and we would welcome and encourage you to do so, if you have not already spoken, please make your way to the lines. We're at the end of the next 2 speakers. We'll end the testimony with whoever is at the end of that line, if you haven't had a chance yet to speak. So, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Michaela Grobel, Chair of the Department of Modern Languages and Literatures. And it looks like SSU is gonna lose all languages, Spanish, French, and German. I hope that your call to pause or ideally restore the cuts, that will happen. It's clear, as we have heard, that the latest budget plan, the Bridge to the Future, as well as what I call the January 22nd massacre email, was not part, there was no consultation in that as well, and no faculty governance was involved in any plans of discontinuing programs. I also want to say in the latest plan that languages are not at all mentioned, not even Spanish, which is key to the regional force, preparing our students to work in the region, as well as German and as French. And secondly, I agree with my colleagues Mike and Marcus, and Tim and Marcus, perhaps a few more, that we need to cut administrative costs and salaries in order to really help this situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Noemi Valdivia, and I'm a transfer from Santa Rosa Junior College. I am a single mom of a 11-year-old and a 15-year-old, and I'm a first generation. I'm really proud to be here. I have been sharing my experience with my 15-year-old and wanted to share with her how she can come here. I'm also part of ADPI, where it's something that I would love for her to experience. Once I found out that the budget cuts were coming in, I was a philosophy major, and I just wanted to share what happened and how I felt when the news came out. I went into panic mode. I couldn't sleep. I didn't know if I had to move my children right away and figure out what other school I could get to. But with the timing of the email coming out, I didn't have time anymore to be able to have those opportunities to move somewhere else. So I just wanted to share that these cuts have really affected me as a single mother, as a first generation student, and I felt puzzled, and I was forced to change my major to political science because my goal is to go to law school, and not having that strong stability starting out kind of weakened my foundation, and I'm trying to figure it out now. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have so we've got our two final speakers at the end of the lines. Thank you all for sticking with us. We know it's been a long day and long weeks and long months. And very much appreciate your stamina, your dedication. It shows your heart and your commitment to the institution and to getting this right. So, welcome.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Autumn Salazar. I'm a sophomore here at Sonoma State University, and I am an educator, so I'm going to liberal studies to become a teacher. What I like to say is that sadly, half of our teachers in the Hutchins program that provides education towards us is sadly being cut off. Ooh. I ask basically not for these teachers to be laid off due to the fact that it provides a credential term for our education. I ask you today, gentlemen, if you truly understand what a lesson plan is. As in this time, half of our teachers are now going to be cut off and provide lesson plans for our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Ethan Humphreys. I'm an alumni at this school, and I've been working amongst the faculty for the past 8 months, many of which are affected by these layoffs, and I've gotten to know very well, some of which will never be able to teach again anywhere else due to certain limitations. I'd like to call out a moment from today of grandiose tone deafness, when instead of having someone like Marcus Zemer go down to SoCal to recruit, they bring up this awesome new AI recruiter that they have. I think that demonstrates exactly why Kucher is unfit to be our president, and that we need to hire, we need the community to be able to elect our own. If there's anything you guys can do to make that possible, that is the path forward.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Connor Railsback. I'm a first-time freshman. I'm from San Luis Obispo County, which is Central California. I only know about Sonoma State University because my parents happen to live up here for like 2 years. I am an environmental science major, double majored with women and gender studies. My minor is Spanish. They did not cut environmental science. They did cut the BA, and they're cutting all around it. I think, as some people have brought it up, but there's so much existential threats just with the presidential and federal cuts that are being made, and the way that it's being mirrored on the SSU level is really frightening, and it shakes a lot of people's confidence in a way that, you know, I'll be returning because frankly I don't have another choice, and there's a lot of community here that I really enjoy, but that community, the roots of it is the people who are being cut. And I think, as a lot of people mentioned, what we need is faith, and we need consistency, and we need trust. And transparency is going to be a big part of that. And I would really hope that you would advocate that we invest in the community that we have, the resources that people come here for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elaine Newman. I'm professor of mathematics and statistics, and I'm chapter president of the California Faculty Association here at Sonoma for this semester. Thank you again for your continued advocacy for us here at Sonoma. I'm just fact-checking the interim president and her earlier comments on the panel. She posited that perhaps Chico, Harvard of the West, had increasing enrollment because they had a mix of programs attractive to students. I want to point out that Chico has the same mix of programs that we have: women and gender studies, theater and dance, economics, geology, languages, art history, athletics, philosophy. We are losing 130 amazing educators and mentors to our students. As panelist and English department chair Tim Wanling said earlier, we are excellent here. Our liberal arts mission helps students become flexible, adaptive, and ready to succeed in their future. Faculty and staff are not the problem. Please, and students are not the problem. Please restore the cuts and put guardrails on the bad budget decisions of the CSU and SSU. We are running out of time. This is a moral decision. Our leadership has to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kariona, and by all means, I probably shouldn't be standing here right now. I missed my first class today because of a disability flare-up, and I had to leave, and I missed my second class because of a medical issue. But this is my third year at my top university my top choice of universities, and as of last week, I'm officially starting fall 2025 as a student of San Francisco State's creative writing program. I understand that there's steps we need to take for SSU's future. I was here at the meeting in March, and I spoke about that one too. And as long as I'm on campus, I'm going to keep coming to these meetings. Even after I accepted my transfer application, I've been working with DSS to make things better for incoming students, and was a panelist of theirs last week. But as we turn our focus to the future, the school is leaving behind countless students who have to leave in favor of fixing a reputation that is already 6 feet under the ground. As we continue, I urge you to stop the cuts, if not for new students, then for everybody whose lives are already being uprooted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jingli Wang. I'm a Rohnert Park resident. I just paid my California state taxes a few days ago. Happy to do it. Happy to have my funds go to Fund CSU. So it's pretty clear that the people don't want these cuts, and they want these cuts rolled back. And I have more of a question, which is, if CSU works for the people of California, why is it okay for them to double, triple, quadruple down on these cuts when we clearly don't want them? It's almost as if they don't work for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So first I'm just going to give a statement from my friend Sydney Tran, art major, who couldn't be here. So she says, I'm curious to know how marginalized students are supposed to feel welcome on a campus that is cutting some of the most key classes that contribute to social and class consciousness and racial equality, art history, women's gender studies, Spanish, and so forth. And then she further adds that she'd say it's rather timely that they target these programs, considering the state of U.S. politics. And it shows that they might have an allegiance to the attacks on intellectualism. All right, now for my own words. Something I learned from my liberal arts education is that capitalism, because that's what this is all about, capitalism, money, 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 is inextricably linked with colonialism. Admin is consigning our future to one without diverse voices, because diverse voices don't fit in the colonial hierarchy that capitalism prioritizes. Sorry if that went over your head. These cuts are just furthering an anti-BIPOC, anti-queer colonial agenda that actively harms BIPOC, queer, and other marginalized individuals. Why are the programs that benefit these marginalized identities being cut at a time like this? Because our current political climate would seem to allow it. Because admin thinks they can get away with it, but they won't. We won't let them.
All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Asia Leduc. I am faculty in the School of Teacher Education and Leadership. I work primarily with our credential programs. I'd just like to speak to the courses and majors that contribute not only to our students and future teachers understanding the content they will teach, but also the languages in which that instruction will be delivered, and also better understanding who they will teach and how to engage them. So I also don't have time to go through the list, but if you look at our list of proposed cuts, women and gender studies, sciences, and Spanish and modern languages, these are all contributing to excellent teachers in our area and the needs of our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cypress Navarro Seal, and I'm a student athlete here at Sonoma State on the men's soccer team. Leaving home in Hawaii was the hardest thing I've ever done. I left behind my family, culture, and everything familiar to me. But Sonoma State, especially athletics, helped me adapt. It gave me a second home. Through long practices, team road trips, and shared struggles, I found a family here. Up until now, this whole process of cutting athletics has felt numb, almost unreal. But it hit hard during our final game this past Saturday, where we played Cal Berkeley, a top Division I school, and we beat them 2-1. And that win meant everything to me and the players and the coaches. Players cried, coaches cried, not just because of the result, but because we knew it might be our last moment together on the field. That game reminded us of why this matters. Athletics is more than just sports. It's about opportunity, growth, and identity. Sonoma gave me a place to grow, to lead, and to represent Hawaii and this school with pride. This decision isn't final. It can still be reversed, and if there's any way forward, it starts by fighting for what Sonoma athletics truly means to us and to future generations. Thank you and mahalo.
Mahalo, thank you.
Hi there, my name's Scott Horstein. I teach in theater arts and dance. I am laid off and my department is being scheduled to be cut. To echo what's been said already, the urgency is extreme. People are registering for fall now. If there is a way to pause things expeditiously, that would be great. I know that the state budget process operates on a slightly different timetable. I have a few suggestions for language to possibly incorporate into the budgeting for the CSU for this year. One, that presidential searches involve real community involvement as they do at the community college level. Two, that there be some further oversight mechanism for the Chancellor. I don't necessarily see that there's clear accountability happening via the Board of Trustees. I'm not sure what that would be, but I think exploring that would be useful. Three, that there be language to allude to what I think it was Assemblymember Cabaldon referred to earlier, which is the risk that this turns into a system focused on high population areas rather than a statewide system. So maybe there's some sort of structural language in the budget there. And fourth, most pertinent to our situation here, is an enrollment plan that increases enrollment without cutting students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Philip Beard, Emeritus Professor of German. I taught here for 37 years. At an earlier stage of this discussion, Acting President Couture said that there is no plan B. She was talking about the need to make the cuts that she has proposed. And she said there is no plan B. Well, I've got one for her, and it's simpler, and it addresses other problems that go beyond the immediate ones facing us. That is, start cutting the administrative budget. Start at the top and start with a modest cut of 10% or something like that of their salaries. But she said at one point that not only is there no plan A, a plan B, but also that some administrators had suggested that they could help out by taking a cut in their pay. And she said, we can't do that because it would set a precedent. Well, I'm here to tell you that's exactly the kind of precedent that needs to be set. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Martinez. I'm an alumni. I got my minor in Women and Gender Studies, and I am also son of an alumni. My mom got her teaching credential here when I was in middle school and high school, and one of the ways that we bonded was she would take me to the basketball games, to the women's and men's basketball games, and those are some of the fondest memories I have from my childhood, is spending time with my mom and watching the game. And she played basketball when she was a kid, and so she explained the game to me. We talked about it so much, and I think that is a great way to create community. Athletes really do so much for the community, and they can help us with fundraising. They have such a fundraising ability. Those who support them and their coaches can do so much, and I think we really can lean on them. Instead of taking them away, we can lean on them and support them just like they supported us. And I just want to say thank you to the coaches and to the athletes for the community that you created and for the fun times you gave me and my mom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Hello. My name is Joshua Kozlowski. I'm a history and mathematics double major, SRJC alum, and I grew up local, went to Montgomery High School, who had their own budget differences as of recently. I wasn't going to talk today until I heard something along the lines that 2/3 of the panel that went up were not going to be returning, and that reminded me of something my dad is really big on. My dad was also a Sonoma State alumni, played on the lacrosse team here in '86, and he's big on accountability. I just want to know if the CSU and the state legislature are going to take that accountability and tell us students and constituents that you have learned from this experience. Whatever decisions get made, they're going to have consequences. And these consequences have got people talking, and they will have people talking. If these cuts are made, people of the future are not going to look at the students, they're not going to look at the faculty, they're going to be looking at our leaders, you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Holly Thier. I'm mayor of Tiburon, and I'm also a candidate for the Assembly 12th AD. I want to start by thanking State President McGuire, thanking Senator Cabaldon, and thanking Assembly members Connolly and Rogers, because what they are doing here today to try to save this institution, I don't want to go unrecognized. They have spent probably 10 hours in hearings, and this is during their spring break. But I want to thank them. I also want to say that this plan of cutting faculty, cutting programs, taking away what makes Sonoma State great is not the answer. I came here with the promise of hope. I came here hoping to hear something. I came here hoping to see the chancellor who did not show up. And I know that a lot of the students have built their lives around this institution. They are majors. They are graduating in a major that will not exist and will not allow them to graduate. So I will say, for the community's sake, let's let the jewel of Sonoma State keep going, and let's adopt the plans that I'm hearing from our state legislators, like not having cuts and pausing the cuts. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Hallie McDaniels, and I am a student athlete on the track team. I would not even be here if it were not for my coach reaching out to me out of high school saying, come here. And for you to cut athletics and leave all the athletes who are trying to transfer scrambling, trying to find a different school, after in the meeting the day we got the email, you promised to help athletes find another school. The transfer portal was closed. Some schools weren't even taking applications anymore, and it was up to us to reach out to schools, coaches, anybody we thought that would take us, to reach out to them on our own. That was your doing. You chose to wait 2 days after the semester started to send out that email. You left us defenseless. And I had to make the choice the day of whether or not I wanted to compete to keep my year of eligibility. So I left my entire schedule, everything I have known since age 5, because I had to make that choice, because you left us defenseless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dwayne Bellinger here.
I was planning to be on campus today to attend a world-class physics lecture, the series that's been going on for over 40 years. I mean, world-class. The question I would like to be answered is not, gentlemen, is not the one that I heard. The questions I would like to get answered is, if you were to take the graduates of the physics department and look at them 2 years after graduation, how many of them are employed productively in our economy in physics? How many, and what is the average cost per person to do that? And how does that compare to every other college in California? Are we producing a usable degree 2 years after graduation to advance our society? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. First, I want you to look at me and all the other tenured faculty who have been fired. Raise your hands. When the representatives of the Chancellor's office say cuts have to be made for new growth, we are those cuts. Award-winning faculty with such capacity, unwavering commitment to students, and deep community connections were all cut. How is this a good plan? Stop these cuts. Because here's what else you're cutting that is valuable beyond measure: the core values and reputation of SSU. Administrators, you say SSU values equity. Where do you think this concept of equity comes from? It comes from the activists and academic fields of women and gender studies and ethnic studies. Feminist and civil rights leaders like Fannie Lou Hamer taught us that equal rights on paper were insufficient if they did not address the structural barriers to achieving real equality. Equity is about providing greater access to education by addressing the systemic barriers that people face. Barriers like racism, misogyny, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, anti-immigrant bias, class inequality. WGS does this equity work in each and every class we teach. These are concepts that can lead us towards deeper realizations of freedom, autonomy, and power. SSU, you are at a crossroads. You can provide students with the genuine opportunities for success that they and our community partners are asking for by supporting WGS, or this institution can face the legacy consequences of eliminating WGS queer studies and tenured faculty in this moment in history. Follow our leadership. Stand up and say no to breaking our mission. Stop these cuts. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Shannon Moorhead, and I'm in my final semester of the English MA program here. I've been sitting in the corner working on my thesis so that I can graduate. I grew up in Sonoma County, and I'm a first-generation student. I wouldn't be here or in college at all for that reason without the SRJC to Sonoma State pipeline, which made me be able to afford college and make my dream of going to college come true. I planned on finishing my BA just so that I could get into teaching originally, but the professors here, specifically the English professors, ignited a passion in me for education, and I'm now about to finish my MA. Some of those professors are in the room today: Sakina Bryant, Chingling Wo, and Dr. Brantley Bryant, who are my thesis readers. I would like to thank all of you, and I just want to emphasize that these cuts are effectively killing the dreams of many students and future teachers like me. Additionally, it's important for me to mention that the essential skills taught in English classes and programs, as well as the philosophy program and many other arts and humanities programs that breathe life into our community and are now on the chopping block for our liberal arts school, are the skills of critical thinking, critical theory, social consciousness, and ethics, and general ways of existing in this increasingly difficult world with empathy, hope, and the ability to find beauty in everything. Although I'm finishing my program, I'm deeply saddened and disturbed that this program, which has become a home for me over the years, is set to be destroyed and forgotten by administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's August, and I'm a fourth-year English major. I wasn't going to speak, but at this point I kind of feel like I have to. I just want to say to the administration, especially the provost, it would have been great if you had looked us in the eyes, or at least sat facing us as we poured out our hearts to you as we explained how your decisions are ruining so many of our careers, our education, and our life plans. Thanks so much.
All right.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm an English literature major graduating from SSU this semester. I was going to attend the SSU Literature MA program. Obviously, that is no longer possible. I have made the decision to bring my money to another educational institution, not because I wanted to, but because people I've never met, who are not the ones who teach me every day, decided that we, are not worth the investment. My sister and I are both aspiring future educators. Is this the meaning of public higher education?
All right, thank you. And our final speaker, welcome.
Hi, my name is Atsi Oliveras, and I'm a geology major. I'm a third year here at Sonoma State, and I just wanted to share a little experience that I just had. I was in Sacramento not even a week ago, presenting my research presentation at the Geologic Society of America's Cordilleran section, and it was just very disheartening. It was comforting to have everyone asking me how I was doing and how I was coping and what I planned to do moving on. But it was very disheartening because it took me 2 years working with my lovely advisor, Maddie Mukherjee, to come up with all of this experimentation, all of this data. But I was overshadowed by the reputation that has been built by this administration. And it was heartbreaking. And I had some of the people that I look up to in my field asking me how I was doing and giving me advice when I should have been telling them what I had accomplished myself. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and thanks again to everyone for your testimony, and also for 80% of the time following my request that we not do applause, which is the most human response possible. And so if you would please join us in applauding everyone who provided testimony or the public comment. So powerful, so profound, so heartfelt, so in many cases extremely courageous. And very real. You painted you as last time, but now with more urgency, sometimes more frustration and more expectation that something will be different. I very much appreciate everyone sticking out and being a part of today's hearing. We're going to provide some final comments. Let me just say one thing first. Someone said, we'll be back here in 60 days again. We will not be back here in 60 days again. None of us, not you, not us, have engaged in these legislative forums for theater. They are to achieve accountability and forward progress. And so, as has been said earlier in the session, we're not coming back in July after the budget's already complete and the damage has been done. The work here will move to other venues. We look forward to continuing to hear from you, to be working together. But I don't want to create any impression that we're just going to come every 60 days and share our stories with one another without real action happening. And so, why don't we begin first with Assemblymember Rogers for closing comments.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you all once again for being here, for providing testimony, for talking about what the future of this campus looks like and why it's been so important to you. I know sometimes it feels a little bit like you're screaming into the void when you're dealing with bureaucracy, but it really does matter, and I want to thank you for that. I think for me, my two parting comments or thoughts shouldn't surprise anybody. The first really is a message for the Chancellor that if you think that this plan was adequate, put your money where your mouth is. If you really think that this plan is going to get us to a sustainable future for Sonoma State, then put in resources. And I don't just mean the $10 million to implement the plan. I mean put in real dollars to make sure that people's lives aren't upturned needlessly. The second message is that your plan is missing a really critical chapter. And that chapter is about how you're going to rebuild trust with this community and an acknowledgement that the way that you've gone about this has been awful. I sat here and I heard that there is no confidence in this administration from the faculty, from the staff, from the students, from the community, from the legislature. There is no confidence that those who are making decisions are here making decisions with skin in the game in the future. And I thought that the most honest comment that was made by the interim president was when she said that she is not the person who's going to be able to rebuild that trust. She said it is the most direct I've heard her say it, that she was put here to make these decisions and then she'll be gone. And if the Chancellor is serious about rebuilding trust, give us an interim president or a president that is from this campus, that is from this community. Let them be the ones who are accountable, because the future of SSU is you. It's the faculty, it's the staff, it's the students who are currently here. It's the people we're trying to recruit. Let's make sure that the people who have the skin in the game are the ones who are making the decision. And again, thank you so much for being here.
Assemblymember Connolly.
Yeah, I want to join in the profound thanks to everyone who came here, for speaking up, for reaching out to us outside of this forum as well. Thank you to my colleagues, to the panelists, as we work through these tough issues. For me, and this is kind of where I started, and my mind hasn't really changed, when I review this 8-page plan, it reinforces to me a complete lack of engagement and complete lack of commitment from the Chancellor and the CSU system. They've got to step up. You're hearing from us, and again, too bad the Chancellor wasn't here today, but I told her this in my office. We'll repeat it here again. We stand ready, including with the pro tem, who we'll hear from, to get to work. But you got to engage, you got to commit, you got to step up. As things stand, we have a proposal for $10 million for a new plan. It's short on detail. It seems overbroad. It lacks basics like timelines. At the same time, we're talking about literally gutting existing programs that have a profound impact on people's future, whether you're a student, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a laid-off member of the faculty or staff. You heard me ask about that and really did not get adequate answers about how do you do one while you're doing the other, too. It doesn't even make sense. So I want to say this publicly right here and join with my colleague and call on the Chancellor and the CSU system to restore all the funds to SSU that have been proposed to be cut. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't give part of a plan when in fact you're undermining it with all of your other actions in a way that will be detrimental to not just individuals who have chosen to go here or may, but to the very identity and the fabric of this campus. It's completely counterproductive. I want to call on the students and faculty. Again, thank you for showing up today, but you need to remain engaged. SSU has said that if new funding becomes available, either through the CSU budget and or the state budget process, which the timing is right now, this is SSU's University Budget Advisory Committee will recommend whether money will go to new programs or restore those slated for closure. The committee will start reviewing proposals from the campus community in mid-April. This is what they say in their plan, and make recommendations by mid-May. So we highly encourage all of you to reach out to the UBAC within this set time frame, stay engaged, and ensure that your voice is heard through this channel. There is lack of trust now. My colleague put it so well. But I have hope that SSU is acting in good faith, time will tell, in order to move forward with a sense of unity and collaboration. I urge Sonoma State University administrators to do their best to grow their way out of this crisis instead of cutting their way out at the cost of students. And furthermore, you've heard, again, a lot of ideas today on where we may be able to find additional money. So thank you again for the opportunity to share this space with you, and looking forward to continue to partner and work our way through this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Connolly. We've gone in this process from there is no plan B to there's no plan. When the email first came out, it reflected an aggressive managerialist approach to, this. We have a crisis here at Sonoma State, and we're taking unprecedented action. We are terminating tenured faculty. We're eliminating program after program after program with no notice. We're not going to consult because we don't have the time, and it's just too important. So a very aggressive approach towards dealing with the cuts. When it came time to lay out what is the action plan going forward, now we're in a position that, well, it's the faculty that determine academic programs, so we need to spend 3 years on it because it's on them to figure out. Recruitment, well, did you know Sonoma has great weather and it's a beautiful campus, so recruitment's going to get better and the students will be coming. Suddenly we went from extremely detailed, you are laid off, your program is gone, no questions asked, to a plan that is simply, it's not a bridge to the future, it's like, it's a telescope that you dump a quarter into to look across the bay. You're trying to look ahead. Like what could the other side bay of the bay look like? But you're not going there. You're just imagining what it would be like to be in this other place in that moment. And I don't mean to be flip because this is very serious. But it's why we asked for the plan because the lack of an action plan, it has real effects in itself. It's not just the plan for the plan's sake. It is because students and athletes and faculty members and staff and business partners and others need to know what is the future of the institution and are we as committed to its future as we are to making cuts for the current year budget. We've heard a lot about the demographic changes, as though that is an inexorable, inevitable reality that we're facing. But we heard at our last hearing that Sonoma, Santa Rosa Junior College enrollment has been up for both of the last 2 years. Our biggest competitor in the entire country for CSU is Arizona State University, which has more than quadrupled its enrollment during the same period of enrollment declines here. I mentioned earlier, UC Merced in a single year I was going to say saw its applications go, but it didn't watch. It acted, took aggressive, coordinated, specific actions to increase its applications in 1 year by as much as Sonoma State has lost in the last decade. In 1 year. They didn't propose 20% over 7 years. By Immaculate Conception, but 40% they achieved or 43% in a single year. So we know it is possible, whether it's ASU or Santa Rosa Junior College or UC Merced. UC Merced is not on the coast, it's not Sonoma. They knew what it takes to recruit, and they delivered, and their institution, which was the declining part of UC, is now one of the strongest campuses. That's where we should be, and these institutions are pointing the way. But that would have required a very specific action plan with a budget, with who is going to do what next Thursday. Where is that money coming from? How are we going to hold ourselves accountable? What's the metric? What do we really expect this initiative or this program or this Marin project to produce in terms of enrollment? And what does it mean for next year's budget if enrollment is almost certainly going to be down because of the severe reputational damage that has been done in the absence of other strategies? So we didn't see any of that. And I suspect we won't. That flash of high managerialist executive authority was just for the moment of making cuts, but we're not going to see that leadership in this space. And it is why this discussion now does have to be owned by the Chancellor, and with the investments that are required to make it happen. And I don't know whether that's $10 million, because my impression is that $10 million was what is an amount that seems real, and won't be too offensive, but might be possible, but looks like we're serious. But it's not related to any actual, there's no spending plan for $10 million. as the President Pro Tem has said, the science-based programs alone are going to be more than that, and other initiatives that are going to be less. So there's no budget there, but the Chancellor's office and the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees have to commit to the campus in the ways that we have all talked about, and make the investments and own this issue, not just for Sonoma State, but because Sonoma State is just first in line for what the half of the other CSU campuses are heading toward. And we will not allow this to become SCSU, Southern California State University. It is for all of California and Sonoma State. If we can't get it right here at Sonoma State with all of the energy and commitment and heart and excellence that we've been reminded about today again, we're not going to get it done anywhere. And so, round robin again, but we will be battling over the next weeks with and on behalf of CSU in order to get this accomplished. And I just want to call on the Chancellor to step up and to own this. It's not going to go away on its own. We will not allow it to go away on its own. And this three-party agreement that the President Pro Tem McGuire has described, that's the entire ballgame. That's everything. And it's not just three people making a decision. It is when we go to legislators from LA or San Diego and San Bernardino and say, hey, we need to invest in CSU. And their question is, well, I heard Sonoma's really struggling. Is there a future? We have to make a compelling case. And we're making that fight. Some of you know I've been cutting every little $5 here and $5 there and all the governor's proposals in the budget to try to make sure that there's some resources to bring to the table. But we, in this budget environment especially, have to have a compelling case, and that means fighting for the Sonoma State we love and fighting for the future of Sonoma State with a plan that inspires investment by the state and by community partners, and that inspires students and faculty and staff to come here and make and so that's what we're committed to, and we will not be waited out. I think I said at our last session, and I'll close, that I know it may feel like maybe this will just disappear. It will not. And the President Pro Tem of the Senate, one of those three in that room, is an alum of this institution, and even though it's technically it is in my district, I own this. He trespasses all the time here at Sonoma State because Sonoma State right now needs at least 2 senators to act on its behalf. But we will not have the opportunity that we have right now to get this right for this campus and for this region and for this community. So with that, let me turn to the final closing remarks to the President Pro Tem of the California State Senate, Mike McGuire.
Thank you so much, Chair Cabaldon. First of all, I want to take a moment to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for all the work that's gone into this, along with Co-Chair Connolly. And you have been laser focused on turning this around, and I just want to take a moment to say thank you, and thank you for leading us, along with Co-Chair Connolly. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to recognize Assemblymember Rogers. I am so grateful to be able to work with him each and every day. Have known him for quite some time, and grateful for your focus. And this is incredibly personal for him, and he's already said that going to be signing up his kid to be able to come to Sonoma State. But I just want to say thank you, Assemblymember, and for your passion. And this is so personal for you, for your mom as well, and just really, really grateful to you. And of course, to the congressman and to each and every one of you, thank you. You have been sticking this out over the past many hours, and so many of you were here in our first hearing. We cannot say thank you enough. To the staff teams that have also been working on this, we are grateful from each of the offices to the events team at Sonoma State. We want to say thank you to you for allowing us to be able to have a smooth hearing. But again, in particular, to all of you that took time out of your workday, out of your classes, thank you. This is really personal, I think, for all of us. And the success of Sonoma State is the success of our region. And as you have heard today, this campus's success is our priority. And the CSU success is our priority. This amazing institution changed my life. Really struggled as a student. and we'll never forget it. And I feel incredibly grateful. I talked about that last time. And I'm going to say it again, and as I started, Sonoma State is always worth fighting for. Nationally recognized faculty and staff who dedicated their lives, changed the lives of students each and every day. We're grateful to you. Graduates who walked the stage and changed the life of millions in this state and across our nation. And this campus really is the cornerstone of so much of what we do here in the North Bay and North Coast. I can only imagine that there is frustration also at the Chancellor's office today, thinking that they may have put together a plan that would have worked for all of us. But here's where I think, and Mr. Chair, what you had just said, I think we all feel ignored. And where I feel ignored the most is that I'm used to open, honest, and blunt communication. We don't always have to agree, but we got to tell the truth, and there has to be compromise in life. And everything that I've said from the very beginning has been consistent. You know what else has been consistent? Ignored. And I think that's why there's anger and frustration. And it seems intentional. And when the chair just said waiting out, or I've used the word playing chicken, a game of chicken, that's just not going to work. We have to have the vision to be able to turn this around, especially right now with the fresh plate of hell that the president brings forward each and every day. Here in California, we got to work together. It's going to take financial resources to be able to turn this campus around. It's going to take financial resources to turn other campuses that are seeing challenges around. It's going to take ingenuity. It's going to take some innovation. It's going to take partnership and a belief that we can and we must do better for students. So where I hope we go in the coming 60 days as we move towards a final budget agreement is that we have a reset today. I think y'all have been incredibly clear about where we need to go. I feel like we have been incredibly clear where we need to go. I just don't feel like we've been listened to. And are we all going to have to look at some sacrifices here? Most likely, we will. But I think the change starts at Sonoma State. So I look to the Chancellor's office for a reset and hopefully open, honest dialogue as we move forward, and a meeting of the minds, because time is running out. And there is not going to be a game of chicken, because the appropriators of the budget are sitting up here. So look forward to our dialogue, and I'm not trying to be crunchy, but it's the honest to God truth about where we're at. It's deeply unfortunate that we're here, but I guarantee you, we're going to get this figured out. There may be a few more bumps, but we're going to get this figured out. And then we're going to need to be able to report back to each and every one of you. And again, thank you all for taking the time. I'm going to turn it back over to the co-chair and again say thank you so much for your work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. And with that, thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks to the campus for hosting, and we will stay connected and work together. Thanks.
Thank you.